actual experience exceeds all expectations and is something that's hard to put into words. All these things that may seem big are not. It gives people that type of energy, type of power.
Hello friends, wherever you are, and welcome to Cyberfest. Now I'm afraid those of you who were looking for the 2001 Las Vegas porn convention of the same name, you're just fresh out of luck. On the other hand, if you are beer lovers, we have a fantastic box of beers tonight. Actually, I think even better than last night's. We have some of Europe's very best brewers from all around the continent talking you through the beers that are in your fridge. So why are we doing this? I am very glad you asked. So partly it's just because we're all desperately lonely on lockdown. We really miss going out for a pint. We miss beer festivals. We miss the whole craft community, really. So we just thought this would be a cool way to get everyone together in the limited way that we can. But we also wanted to try and support some of our favourite breweries. As I'm sure you're all very aware, the whole industry is going through a really tough time at the moment. Breweries, pubs, the businesses that are affiliated with them are really struggling. So this was kind of really our way of working with some of the breweries that we really love. Sort of doing some business with them, and also getting some of their best beers out to you guys as well. This was something that we came up with not all that long ago, and it's kind of been a bit of a build it and they will come type scenario. So we were all really glad when first the Friday night sold out very quickly. I think within a few hours, 5,000 tickets. And we decided to open up another night, the Saturday, so all you guys could join us as well, and that again sold out really quickly. So first of all, thank you to everyone who pitched in and bought a box. It's it's been more popular than we could have guessed, really. Now we are live. We had some technical issues last night, particularly at the beginning with sound and various things going wrong. Hopefully we won't have that this evening, but there's bound to be cock-ups because it's the nature of the beast. So please bear with us. We hope they're charming rather than annoying. The entire evening will be recorded, so you can come back tomorrow or during the week and listen to any brewers that you missed tonight. The point being, we really don't advise you smash through all 12 beers in one sitting, because some of them are quite strong and you really don't want to end up in hospital at the moment. It's just not the way your weekend needs to go. There was one other thing. Oh yes, a couple of the beers have been substituted in some of the boxes because it's just with COVID and everything, it's been really difficult to get everything where it needed to be on time. So if your beer isn't exactly what was in the program or isn't exactly what the brewer's talking about, it'll have been substituted out with a similar beer from the same brewery. They're pretty much sort of even, really. What else? Oh yes, so we're all going to be super responsible with our language, or try to be, for the first part of the evening. Going to keep it fairly PG. We have some comedians coming up later in the show, though, who are, as a species, just notorious degenerates. So if you do have any kids running around, either send them to bed, or headphones, Peppa Pig. That's going to be later in the evening, but just so you're warned. Should we crack on? Okay, brilliant. I'm joined this evening by my co-host, my friend, my colleague, and the star of Netflix hit new series Young Hagrid. It's Doug Gary.
Hello.
Hey Doug, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing pretty good.
So,
the Forbidden Forest is all taken care of. It's a nice sunny day outside on the other side of the office here. I just want to acknowledge up front, this is very weird. I'm used to talking to Rich in person, face to face, but due to all the social distancing we're doing, we're all being safe while we do this live stream, so everyone is 2 meters apart. We got the tape measure out and everything. So it does mean that me and Rich are just talking to cameras and a blank wall behind us. So,
hey Doug, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, it's a little weird, but I reckon we just acknowledge that up front and we continue on. I'm sure it'll be fine. I
mean, if this was the podcast, Doug, we'd be all over each other, right? So
nobody needs to see what we do when we do the podcast. It gets intimate. But yeah, as Rich was saying, we're going to have loads of really cool stuff coming up tonight. We've got videos from brewers talking you through the beers and their brewing facilities. We've got some cooking tips coming up. We've got pub games, I think, is going to be done as like a wee video there. We also have, because no drinking experience, no drink along, no festival, no cyber festival, as we can now say, would be complete without a pub quiz. We do have a pub quiz running throughout the night.
So if you thought like one night of your lockdown would not be spent doing a pub quiz, I'm sorry. Yeah. We also have a pub quiz for you.
Yeah, general knowledge will be key to surviving Cyberfest, as it will be the rest of the world potentially. Now, some of you will have come through from yesterday's or last night's session. You may recognize one or two of the questions, so be honest, be fair to the people who haven't seen those questions, but there are brand new ones in there as well, so it's not just going to be a repeat of last night's quiz. We've got a lot in store for you in terms of getting involved with that. If you want to take part in the pub quiz, it's really simple to do. All you have to do is email our lovely person Frida, who's going to be operating the cyberfest@beer52.com email address. So what will happen is we'll give you the question video. They'll have a little video from one of the brewers, and then in that space of time, you can email cyberfest@beer52.com, give us the answer to the question, and then we'll do the answer reveal. And then we'll just pick somebody to win who's given the correct answer or closest to the correct answer. One thing to bear in mind, because you might be thinking, why would I want to get involved in a pub quiz online? Well, for every question, we are going to be giving away a box of beer to the winner of the question. So throughout the night, you're going to have a lot of chances to kind of win a box of beer to add to your lockdown stocks and supplies, just to make sure that you can get through that extra little bit of lockdown with some good beers in hand. So I think we're ready to begin with the first question provided by Beer52's own Mr. Phil Hall. It'll be his question, and then we're going to go into a video from North Brewing Co. and Stillwater for their collaboration beer. So check that out in just a moment.
Hello, and welcome back to Phil Hall's Beer52 Cyberfest Isolation Lockdown 2020 quiz. Broadcasting from somewhere in Edinburgh's south side to you at home. Film and television. The first question concerns Irish funny man Chris O'Dowd, star of such titles as The IT Crowd or Bridesmaids. And what I'd like to know is, before becoming a successful actor, Chris O'Dowd worked in a call centre. What kind of call centre was it? Was it taking broadband sales? Was it B, a charity for endangered animals? Or was it C, a Lonely Hearts hotline?
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. I'm Alex, I'm from North Brewing Company. I'm just here on the allotment, getting some produce that we've been growing. Shall we have a look at what we've been growing so far? So April is a perfect time to be harvesting Kviek IPAs, especially ones that come from Stillwater and North Brewing Company. I've got some just down here that we're about to pick, so let's get to it. Lovely, we've got one right here that looks like it's ready to be picked. Ah, yes. So, yep, here is the North Brewing Company and Stillwater Artisanal Kviek IPA. It's got a lovely pattern on it, the blue and yellow which is known as a refold pattern. We'll get this cleaned up and we'll pick a glass and we'll get tasting it. There we go. Give it a nice rinse and clean to reveal that pattern. Absolutely gorgeous. Just get a close up of that. Very lovely. I've also got a transmission that I picked earlier. It's also a good time to be harvesting these if you've got any in your garden. We'll go and pick our glass for us to drink from. If you follow me this way, we've got a glass tree over here. Look at this one, absolutely stunning. Here we go. Let's get tasting. So before we get tasting, I just want to say hello to everyone at Cyberfest and thank you all for coming and for joining us. Also, before we get tasting, I'm just going to give a bit of background about the beer, how it came to be in existence, and a little bit of background about the brewery, North Brewing Company. So, kind of makes sense to start with how the brewery came to be. Back in 2015, the owners of North Bar decided to open a brewery. They'd always wanted to for quite a few years, and 2015 they were able to make that happen. Their story goes back to 1997 when they first opened North Bar in Leeds. Leeds was a completely different place as to what it is now, and really lacked a nice venue to have a nice, relaxed, calm drink with friends. So John and Christian decided to put an end to that, and they opened North Bar, nice, relaxed, family-friendly kind of bar with good music and good beer. Between 1997 and 2015, they opened a few more bars in Leeds and got a bit of a name for themselves for serving craft beer in the UK. They were the first bar to be serving things like Duvel and Orval and Sierra Nevada Pale Ale and Brooklyn Lager, and from then things kind of snowballed, and now they have a set of bars which are full of all kinds of delicious beers, and a brewery which is producing good beers too. It's sort of part of North Bar's program. Every year they do a few different festivals, and one of those festivals takes place in February, and it's the US Beer Festival. And as part of that, North Bar got in some of Stillwater's takeaway range, which are all beers based on certain Chinese takeout dishes. And Brian was going to be in the country to be attending Cloudwater's Friends and Family Festival, and whilst it was over, he swung by one of our bars to do a tasting of the Stillwater takeout beers, and we figured, whilst it was in Leeds, let's get together and collaborate on a beer. Stillwater has been a favourite brewery of ours for a while. We have, I think, similar styles of creativity and similar styles in the labels that we produce for our cans. So we were super excited to have Brian over to collaborate. When we started talking about what we should do, he simply just asked the question if we'd ever experimented with Kviek yeast, and we hadn't, and he hadn't either, so that's what we wanted to do, a Kviek IPA, and here it is. Without further ado, let's get tasting. The beer is 7%, and it contains, you know, your usual suspects of any modern IPA. Wheat, oats, barley, of course, and the hops included in this beer are Eldorado and Sabro. Eldorado is a hop that we're very keen on at North Brewing Company. We use it in a lot of our IPAs, and I think that's what contributes those soft, fleshy pear flavours. Sabro is a bit of a new one for us. It's a bit of a new one for everyone, and I think the consensus in the brewery is that we enjoy Sabro in small amounts, accompanied by another kind of more flavoursome, more heavy-hitting hop. Yeah. Straight away you're getting big, fruity, soft aroma. kind of fleshy pear, and a little bit of funk, which is coming from the Kviek yeast. Let's see. It's a lovely colour, nice soft pale yellow, and nice fluffy head. There we go. Also got a bit of grass in the head there. Yeah. Cheers. It's got this wonderful, sharp, kind of effervescent bitterness. It's almost like a little bit sour, kind of grapey, and lots of orange zest. It's really soft. It's very pillowy, and again, like in the aroma, it's got that kind of soft pear flavour. Absolutely delicious. A little bit of background about the Kviek aspect is Kviek, I believe, is a Norwegian strand of yeast, and it's known to produce lots of big estery fruit aromas and flavours. When we were making this beer, even before we'd added any hops into the dry hop schedule, the aromas and the flavours that were coming from the beer were just they were beautiful. And you know, there was a conversation where we said we could just stop here, but obviously with a few more hops, wouldn't go amiss in any IPA. But yeah, there was a stage when it had this real farmhouse character, which it's held on to just a little bit, but yeah, is now a full-bodied, full-throttle IPA. A little bit sweet. You get a little bit of sticky residual sugar on your lips when you drink it. And the bitterness kind of builds. It's delicious. I've had a few cans from a crop this year, and this has been out for a few weeks now, and each time it's changed and developed, and I think it's improved as the season's gone on. It's a real treat, and it's a beer we're really happy with, and I'm sure you'll see us growing some more Kviek IPAs in the near future.
Hello. Yes, it is Chris O'Dowd. Yes, it is weird. Greetings, Cyberfest beer drinkers. I hope that your quiz is going well. I believe I am the answer, which is what I've been telling my wife for a long time. I would like to pass on my congratulations for all the delicious craft beers you've been involved in. I have been involved in them also on the drinking side, and I appreciate the work that you've put in. I hear that I am an answer in your quiz about the time that I worked for a charity call centre in central London, where my job was that I was on the endangered species thing. We were working for the WWF, not the wrestlers. And we were struggling to get people to commit to giving money to help endangered newts. So during a particularly slow day of fundraising, I started telling people that we were making money for the tiger swan, a very rare breed of swan with the plumage of a Bengal. People were surprised that they hadn't heard it, to which I replied, well, they're fucking endangered. Probably without the expletive at the time, but I think it adds an extra grit to the lie. I hope this helped. Loads of love. Be well.
And that was a really hard question, I think, for the pub quiz. They only get harder, which... Yeah, and it was Chris O'Dowd as well. I was pretty shocked when we first got told that he was up for doing that. So thanks, Chris. Thor the Dark World's own Chris O'Dowd. So I do have to just mention one thing before we continue. Rich, they were showing me some of the footage from earlier, and it looked like you were doing a bit of a faux pas. Yes. You were drinking out of the can, Rich. Why wouldn't you be drinking out of one of these fine Cyberfest glasses, Rich?
Because I'm a fool for myself.
You're a madman. He's an absolute madman. Lockdown has clearly changed him. But yeah, the glasses, subtle plug. Thank you very much to Untapped for the wonderful branded glasses. One of these was also included in the boxes, so I hope you're drinking from these at home, getting the full, tasting experience on. So Rich, what have we got coming up next?
Next we've got Nick from the wonderful Pub Trotters podcast. They just specialises in pubs basically, and it's a really interesting listen. So check it out. Tonight, Nick has gathered together some pub type games, not strictly pub games, that you can recreate at home. And yes, there's a bit about quizzes, but kind of ignore that. There are some really awesome like home family game ideas that you can play later as well. So let's go over to Nick.
Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's having a fantastic time at Beer52's Cyberfest this evening. My name's Nick. I'm one of the many co-presenters on the fantastic podcast Pub Trotters Pubcast, available on all kind of streaming services and podcast services. I've been tasked today to share some ideas for pub games that you can have at home. Do at home whilst we're still in lockdown, as we're all now using the virtual and digital cyber world to talk to our friends and meet up in the virtual pub. I'm going to give you a list and a rundown of some things that I've done with friends and also some ideas that other people have given me. The first one's quite an obvious one, the pub quiz, famous across the nation. And you can do it in a variety of ways. We've done one where everyone has brought 5 questions and they take it in turns and obviously sit out that round. We've taken turns for one person to just do the whole quiz, so they do maybe 3 rounds of 10 questions. Your local pubs are still doing them, and online platforms are still doing them to try and support that market in these difficult times. And then, of course, there's apps as well that you can use. One that we use that we find quite fun is called Kahoot. Where it's a timed quiz, it's very interactive, you can share your screen, and you use your phone to answer, and the quickest person gets the most points. You can, with these quizzes, you can do them over a period of time. I've got some friends doing them weekly, and they've already planned what the prizes are going to be after lockdown, when they all do get to meet in the pub eventually. So you have something to look forward to afterwards. One of my favourite rounds is getting, based on your Beer52 order potentially, is this a real beer name or is it fake? So selecting 5 different names of beers they've received, one of which is false. It's often harder than you think it is. Other games you can do. So table football, table rugby. I don't know if you've played that at all when you were a kid or in the pub. All you need is 2 pence or 1 pence coins. And you just need to set up your camera so across from a table with a partner. So it's a 2-player game, and it's simply you take 3 turns to get it to land on the edge of the other side of the table. So you can set the camera up so that your partner can see what the other person's doing, and vice versa. Cards Against Humanity, that famous game that everyone loves. We've still been able to play it online, and if all we've done is if people have put down the same card, then they kind of both get the points. Or you can do a sudden death round where you do the next card, and only those 2 get to pick the card for that round. But obviously other board games work quite well at this. Be creative, change the rules to some of the board games. We've done one for Pointless recently, which was a lot of fun. Jenga, or other versions, are available. A lot of us seem to have it in the house somewhere, if you do. And you can build a smaller stack and just take it in turns trying to pull it out, or maybe copy what the person's doing and what they've brought. One of my favourite games has been Life Bingo. So you can take it in turns each time you meet, and someone creates a, say, 20-tile bingo board with things that you've done since the last time you've met. So, for example, baked sourdough bread, or things that you might have in the house. And so you can mix up what you've got there. And so the person who presents or facilitates that activity unfortunately wouldn't take part, but they'd have the joy of just being the person calling out the bingo card. So you have a different bingo caller each time. Karaoke, not one I've tried, but I know people who are doing it. You can share, if you can share your screen, if you're on a platform that you can share your screen, there's loads of videos on various video platforms such as Vimeo and YouTube where you can just share your screen and sing together, or you can do it individually. Entirely up to you how brave you are. What else have we got? Charades and kind of who am I games. So you could do that in teams. You could ask people to kind of turn their cameras off or not. You can ask people to walk out of the room so you can physically see they're not there, to make sure they don't see and everyone else sees what the charade is or what the who I am is. There are digital apps for that as well, things like Heads Up and Psych. So that's just a rundown of a couple of games that I know I've played in the pub before.
Okay. So I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that's given you some ideas to do while you're drinking in lockdown. I have been handed the answer and the winner for the first pub quiz question. So just in case you missed it, the answer was that Chris O'Dowd worked for a charity for endangered animals. So he was doing the calls for those guys. And the winner for that was Lawrence Laidler. So congratulations, Lawrence. There'll be a box of beer on its way to you. I'm sure we'll be communicating over email to organize those details. Rich, do you want to tell the people what's coming up next? Because it is quite exciting.
Our next beer is Two All's Cloud 9. We have the brewery on to talk about that in shortly after the next pub quiz question, and then a little while after that we have a live Q&A with the guys at Two All. So as you're watching the video, try and come up with some questions, bung them on Twitter, put them on the YouTube comments. We'll pick them up and put your questions live to the brewer.
That's a good point, actually. Just before we cut to the next video, if you want to tweet about Cyberfest at all, use the hashtag Cyberfest, and our handle is @Beer52HQ. So @Beer52HQ, hashtag Cyberfest.
What was that hashtag, Doug?
Hashtag Cyberfest.
Let's go to the video.
Which Chinese province is the city of Wuhan situated? That's right. Which Chinese province is the city of Wuhan situated?
Hey guys, Emil from Tool here. I hope you all are safe and sound at home right now. I am currently at our brew pub Bruce in Copenhagen. Unfortunately, I couldn't go to Tool City these days due to COVID-19, sorry. So I have instead chosen to be here and gonna show you the brewery quickly. I've just opened Cloud 9 Wit, which is a cloudy wheat beer brewed with mango and Mosaic. Cheers. It is a super spring-friendly aromatic beer that I would say go perfectly with these. Like, finally the sun is here, you get a little bit sense of hope. It has a little bit bitter finish to it, which I personally like because it makes it super easy to drink, super clear, and doesn't get sticky or any like mango syrupy taste to it. It's really clean, easy, chuggable indeed. So I'm just gonna take my phone here and show you. Right now it's a little bit of a mess in here because we are unfortunately closed these days. So here we have our, I guess the bar is 9 meters long. Maybe some of you have been here. Right now the shop is only open, it's back down there. So everything's closed. I'm using this for storage because we're selling full cases out the door to thirsty Copenhageners. The kitchen is also used as bench storage right now, which is not so important. Just gonna turn the camera, if I can do that. I cannot. And show you the 10 Hag brew kit. Whoopsie. Here we are. So our 10 Hag brew kit, located now for Copenhagen. We have 10 fermenters and 3 bright beer tanks. We do 1 monthly canning from here, but normally it's just used for local like pubs and breweries. A little bit get to the UK, but it's mainly just for the bar in here. But I will wish you all, wish you all good beer, a good session, and thanks for buying beers through Beer52. And I hope you like Cloud9 Wit. Cheers.
Which Chinese province is Wuhan situated? Now, the city of Wuhan is situated in Hubei province. That's right. We were going to ask the Wu-Tang clan to do the Wuhan clan question, but unfortunately, them and the Killer Bees are all under self-isolation in Brooklyn and Staten Island, as you'd expect.
And that was a great video. Now we do have one more video before we go into the live Q&A. Rich, do you want to talk us through what's coming up next?
Yeah, sure. So we have regular ferment favourite Melissa Cole, who she's, I don't know anyone who knows more about pairing beer and food. She's the author of a lot of fantastic books. The Little Book of Craft Beer is one. Craft Beer Kitchen is probably one of my favourite beer books. So definitely check that out. She's very kindly recorded a video for us, just talking us through her tips for pairing beer and food in a lockdown. So let's go to Melissa.
Hi Ferment family, I hope you're keeping well. I hope you and yours are safe and happy and, well, as we can be, and more to the point, healthy. I'm here today to not actually talk about beer per se. I'm actually here to talk to you about food and some of the things that we can be doing whilst we're in lockdown. I'm obviously accompanied by a beer, however. I'm finding lower ABV beers my friend in this situation. I've got the Gads number 11, which is only a 1.2%, when I can say it's absolutely banging, so cheers. But food. There's a few things that I've noticed whilst in this situation, and obviously whilst also using some of the smaller beers to stop me drinking too much. What I'm doing as well is I'm obviously going through some of my stash. Now, not every beer ages as well as we would like it to. So one of the things I'm going to really recommend to you is that you don't pour it down the drain. If you've got a really seriously oxidized beer, then one of the things you can do is obviously use it for cooking. Now, one of the bonuses about that is that you don't really mind what you do with it, because you're going to put it in for quite a long time. So this is the kind of moment where you actually just find a freezer bag, or you just find a tub and you stick beers in it. You can stick multiple beers into a pot if they're roughly in the same family. So if you've got some vintage ales which haven't quite stood up to the test of time, if you've got some beers that aren't highly hopped, or some old ales and they're not just tasting great, stick them all into a pot until you've got enough ready. Or, if you fall asleep, a little bit tired, a little bit emotional, and you wake up the next day and you've still got some in a glass, or you've still got some in a bottle, stick that in the pot as well. Then you'll have some wonderful flavouring for a stew at a later date. So those beers are great for long, slow cooks. Another thing that I would really like to appeal to you as something that you could take on as an actual discipline going forward is, if you are peeling carrots if you are taking strings off celery, if you are chopping ends off bulbs of garlic or onions or even onion skins and things like that, start putting those in a pot in your freezer, because then what you can do is next time you roast a chicken, or if you just want simple veg stock, then what you can do is you can get that out of the freezer and you can make stock. One of the other things that I also really stand by as well is your full fresh drinking highly hopped beers. Save them for drinking. They're really not the best thing to cook with. You can use them at the very end of dishes if you want a slightly citrus and slight bitter balance, if something's a little over sweet, for example. But in the main, you're mostly better off with anything that's quite bitter and fresh hopped. Just drink it. That's what it's there for. Final note is, obviously we've just had Easter weekend. If you have, actually not the final note, come to think of it, I haven't mentioned cheese. What is lockdown doing to me? So, penultimate note, obviously we've just come out of the end of Easter. Chocolate, beer, perfect pairings. A lot of it will probably be milk chocolate, because that tends to be the strongest amount of sales that you get around Easter. So milk chocolate, you can choose more bitter stouts with that. So things like imperial stouts as well, you can go that high and that big, because that big boozy hit and that big bitter roast hit, and obviously quite often an actual hop hit as well. You can carry that off with milk chocolate, because you don't want to match that with dark chocolate, in my opinion, unless your bitter taste buds are your favourite part of your palate. You will end up with far too much bitterness at the back. So more bitter beers, generally from the roast, higher alcohols, lovely with milk chocolate. If you're using dark chocolate, then I would definitely go down the mixed firm or sour fruited route. That's generally your best shout. But you can always go with milk stouts and also milkshake stouts as well. So those big sweet sort of confectionery and pastry stouts as well. They're really good with that balance of bitterness. So when some of us old miserable buggers complain about everything being too sweet, that's actually one of the really good ways to offset that. So if you've got it in a mixed pack that you weren't expecting and it's not really your favourite style, and you've kind of been looking at it a little bit, what do I do with this in the cupboard? Grab yourself some dark chocolate and get involved with that. And moving on, I had a surprising match the other day where I had a honking blue cheese with some pastry stout, and my word, it actually really worked. And it doesn't make sense, actually. If you think about some of those sort of chocolatey flavours, they very much often go with blue cheese because they offset some of that saltiness. And also you can get some fruit involved, and obviously we naturally eat fruit with cheese, so that really makes sense as well. And coming back to cheese, got a bit of an end of a big impy, finished for the night, think you're not gonna drink that, or big barley wine or big old ale. Again, save that, bake a soft cheese in it, something like camembert and épaisse, something like that. Then that come in the wooden boxes, soak your wooden box, get a foil lining or a greaseproof paper lining, get your cheese out, poke holes in it, rub it with garlic, best really with roast garlic in my opinion, because it doesn't quite get a long enough time to do that. Or take a look at the recipe in the Beer Kitchen, which is frankly filth, for a baked cheese. And then, and everybody really wants it, then I will post it online for you as well. Just contact me either on Twitter at Melissa Cole or Instagram or Facebook at Melissa Cole Beer, and bake that cheese for about 20 minutes. Get yourself some celery and some carrots and some bread, maybe some roasted new potatoes, maybe some asparagus, because asparagus season is here, yay! And get involved with that way. But most importantly, also make sure that you're finding time to get online, drink with your friends. Beer is the world's most sociable drink after all. Get online, get to your virtual pubs, have quizzes, catch up with your mate that you always catch up with, and really enjoy. So that's the most important things that I think happen around beer and food and all those sorts of things. So as I said, get involved with your mates, make sure that you see each other, don't isolate, reach out if you are having mental health problems, take care of each other and take care of yourselves. Cheers.
Thank you very much to Melissa Cole for that video. Lots of interesting ideas. I hope you do give some of them a try. I do believe Melissa is on Twitter, so if you find her on Twitter, you can maybe tweet some of the results of you experimenting with some of those ideas. Now we have a very, very exciting live Q&A with the brewery is so hard to pronounce, deceptively so. It is 2-all. So I believe we're just getting that set up now. I'm looking over to the side of the office, which has been dedicated to the Skype calling. So that's getting set up. We're ready to go, guys. Yeah, we're ready. Yeah, we can hear the Skype music just ever so slightly through the headphones there.
Hello, Emil.
Very exciting live Q&A with
Hello.
the brewery is so hard to pronounce, deceptively so. It is 2-all.
Hey guys.
Hey, how you doing?
That's set up now. I'm looking over to the side of the office, which is dedicated
Hello. I just connection is a little odd here, but I think I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, good. Okay, excellent. First of all, thank you so much for giving us that tour of Brews. It's an awesome place.
But in any case, I can't hear you.
Hello, Emil.
Hey guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you hear?
The connection isn't great.
Connection is a little odd here, but I think I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, good. Okay, excellent. First of all, thank you so much for giving us that
hear you
tour
guys,
of
but
Brews. It's an awesome place.
In any case, I can't.
So I think there was a few connection difficulties there. We're going to try and get Emil back to do the Q&A. But for now, we do have another pub quiz question, and we also have the video by, I believe it's Beerbliotek. Nice little German pun for you folks at home. So yeah, let's go on to that video, and hopefully by the time we get back, we'll be able to join Emil for the live Q&A. So stick around.
Yeah. Remember when there's sport? Remember when people played sport? Oh, okay. Brings us on to a good question though. Which country has won the World Cup in football 5 times?
Hi everyone, welcome to Cyberfest. I'm Daryl, I'm from Beerbliotek in Sweden. There we go. And I'm one of the co-founders. My official job title is Head of Marketing or Export, or as the guys here refer to me as just our designer. Today we're going to talk about hip hops, one of our core beers. But just before I grab Adam in the brewery and make him tell you about the beer, some history about our brewery. Here you can see our warehouse. There we go. So we've been going for about 7 years. Our name is derived from the Latin word for biblioteca, which means library, and it's a bit of a mixture between Swedish and English, or Swinglish as we call it, which means that we're trying to create a library of beer. Today we've done 286 different beers. Next week we'll do 287 as we try and create this beer library. Every single beer's got a different number, which means a different recipe, which means a different profile, different taste, different hops, different flavors, different everything. So to tell you about hip hops, let me just quickly run to the brewery and grab Adam. To show you the inside of our brewery. 1,000-liter tank. We started with 4 of those 7 years ago. And now we have 3 of these big 5,000-liter tanks and 8 3,000-liter tanks. Brew kit, packaging line. As I said, we only do cans. And so as I said, here's Adam. He's our head of operations. And he's going to tell you a little bit about hip hops.
First of all, if you've got a can at home and you didn't pour it like that, you're doing it wrong. This is Hip Hops, our standard IPA. It's been in our assortment the longest, apart from Citra Pale Ale. It's a beer in continual evolution. It's on about recipe number 8, I think. Mosaic and Equinox are 2020s hop varieties. So lots of tropical fruity notes with some spicy tones in there from the Equinox. It is a West Coast IPA, so it's not going to be particularly hazy. It's unfiltered, so there's always a little bit of grime. And it's refreshing, good bitterness, pretty clean. We drink it a lot. See you, UK. Work now.
As I mentioned before, we've been going 7 years, and in the 7 years we've done 286 different beers. Here's just some of them. We've moved exclusively over to cans 4 years ago, and there we go. All of our cans have got a number on them, and that represents the recipe number. So they're all different flavors, different tastes, but all in all, we usually have a couple of IPAs, a couple of double IPAs, a couple of pale ales, a stout, a sour in our collection. So there's always something for everybody. So there you have it, a little bit about our brewery. Hope you enjoy the rest of the Cyberfest. Cheers, guys.
I think it was Scotland. Pretty sure Scotland have won the World Cup 5 times. But then again, I'm no good at football and I don't really know anything about it. Again, Scottish. Okay, but I do know a man who's good at football and will definitely know the answer to this. Over to you, Roberto.
Olá a todos de Beer52, soy Roberto Carlos y de verdad nosotros somos 5 veces campeones del mundo, somos la selección que más ha ganado títulos y por eso que somos considerados la mejor selección del mundo. Entonces Brasil, 5 veces campeona del mundo. Un abrazo a todos, mucha suerte, chao.
Okay, so that's us at the end of the quiz for this year. Thank you very much for joining us. The first Phil Hall's Beer52 Cyberfest Lockdown Quiz 2020, part of the world's first online beer festival. The winner will be announced by Doug and Rich back in the studio. For everybody, please remember to stay home, protect the NHS and save lives. And I'll see you all very soon at a beer festival near you. Cheers, guys.
Okay, it's time for take 2. Let's see if we can get this live Q&A going with Tuol and Emil. I believe the team have managed to log into a different Skype account. Hopefully that's going to work. So we're just going to give that a try. I believe we're just connecting through just now. This is hopefully giving you an extra bit of time to, ask maybe some more questions about Tuol. Feel free to add those in. But I think we're ready to go over now.
Hey Emil, how you doing?
Let's go.
Hey man, I think it's working fine now.
Oh yeah, that's much better. We can hear you and see you. It's all very exciting.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
If you can hear anything in the background, it's my dog talking, howling. So.
Oh, don't worry. If you can hear anything in the background, it's my dog.
And now I'm losing you again, guys.
It's all right.
Oh, man.
Can you hear me?
I have to lip sync. Hey guys. Yes.
Hey Emil, how you doing?
Let's go.
Hey man, I think it's working fine now.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me? Hear you and see you. It's all very exciting. No. Cool.
Unfortunately, I can't hear anything of what you're saying.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
No. It's probably us.
We should have this texted. And now I'm losing you again, guys.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Doug, can I have your mic? Okay, that should be good.
That should be good, yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. There we go. That was a bit of improvisation. Okay, Emil, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for the tour of Brews as well. Such a cool place.
Yeah, right now it's
Such a cool place.
crammed up. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Tell us how Tool City's going, 'cause it's a really exciting time for you guys. Okay,
It is. It's going pretty well, I guess. Now, everything is going pretty slow. Just a second, my dog just found a ball.
Thank you so much
Rita.
for coming on. Thank you for the tour of brews as well. I love this. This is live TV. This is the cutting edge of beer festival technology. Let's see the dog.
He's right here.
How Tool City's going. It's a beautiful.
Yeah.
I think that's been the highlight of the evening for me so far. What a start.
Frida Kahlo is the name. Well, right now it's going really good at Tool City. We managed to brew our core range a couple of times, planted a few batches just before this Corona. So that's a huge bummer trying to get this up and running, and then you just like snap. But people like you guys have been really, really kind to us and helped us getting our beers to the people. And I'm just so happy to see that there's some sort of action and we can get things to people who are actually interested in this. So
thank you for sending the beers across, man. We've been huge fans of yours for years, so it's a real thrill to have you all involved.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Thank you. But yeah, so right now we are trying to test a few stouts out. We are working on our barrel aging project Witbier. We are developing gluten-free beers, as we have been producing previously as well. Testing out low ABV or non-alcoholic beers. So doing a little bit of research and development definitely is helping out the situation a little bit. But yeah, just to give you a quick tour about in the brew house virtually, it's a 80 hectoliter fully automated 5 vessel brew house from Balkan.
Awesome.
So
it's a bit of a difference.
It is extremely fascinating to see, and Balkan has been so kind to help us setting this up. Of course, we've sourced the market and found out who we want to go with, and Balkan kind of did a little upgrade on this one, so we're really happy to be working with them, and they are super progressive and totally understand like what this wave of crazy beer world and craft is. So it's been really interesting. Then Kronis tagged on, and they have delivered, sourced the market and found out who we want to go with, and so the packaging line is actually way bigger than the brew house and can pack way more beer. So the bottleneck is still the brew house, which is kind of fascinating.
That's really interesting.
Definitely. So we're doing single and double batches of our core range right now. So that's 75 hecto till 140 hecto fermenters.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we have, of course, our we have everything bottle, can, kegs, whatever. And we have a barrel aging program, which is in a separate building. So the facility itself is actually like 20 buildings, all separate.
20 buildings.
20 buildings.
I'm gonna have to come and visit. This sounds ridiculous.
You are more than welcome. It's an old pickled and fruit production facility who's been running for I think 50 plus years. The oldest building is from 52, and then the latest one, which is where we have located the brew house, is from 90 something. So that's the most modern, had all the utilities we needed to install this brewery.
Great, man.
So we've used a couple of the other buildings for barrel aging, warehousing, hosting warehousing for other breweries as well.
I'm certainly looking forward to tasting some of the barrel aged beers. I mean, I'm on the Cloud9 wit just now, as are a lot of our viewers. I've got actually, speaking of viewers, I have a question from someone here who wants to know what the craziest beer that you've ever brewed is. I think we can include ones that you've maybe not released as well. So, like, if it was something that was so crazy that it wasn't fit for release.
I guess there's been a few crazy ones down the line. To pick one of them, we had if I can recall the ingredients list at all, it was like a farmhouse style potato-based rhubarb Saison with aged on the oak chips, something like that.
I love you guys. I mean that. That's ridiculous.
And it was second fermented with our own pear yeast. We have a special tool bread that we have developed and isolated from an oak pear tree outside Copenhagen. So that was a crazy beer. We have one that has been aged. It was actually kind of a vinegar project. So it's a barley wine that went like not as we wanted it to.
So when you say a vinegar project,
we gave it to someone who wanted to turn it to vinegar, and it never did. And this guy completely forgot about it. So it was sitting in this huge oak barrel for 6 years, and then someone was at this place who was doing kombuchas, and they were like, "Hey, what's in this barrel?" And nobody really knew. And Tor was actually the CEO of Tor, and he was actually down there. And then they tasted the beer, and he was like, "This is our beer, and this is our barley wine that never got into vinegar." So we actually put that in 15-liter champagne bottles last Mikkeller beer celebration and poured it. That was really, really heavy duty, but we managed. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we probably have to move on to our next segment now, Emil. But thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And I will definitely take you up on that invitation to All City. Cheers.
Come and visit us.
I definitely will. Thanks.
Take care.
You too.
Bye.
And for those of you joining at home, that's how you do a mic swap at over 2 meters. Now, I believe the next segment we're going to go to is a video by Beer for Good. So we're just basically looking at brewers and their effects inside the community. It's a very short video, but Rich, do we have you back on your usual station?
Maybe.
Pavel,
am I? Yeah, sweet.
We're good.
Right. Yeah, so.
Hey guys, Ali at Fierce Beer here.
I'm Luke from the Enigma Tap.
I'm Mikey Harvey from Lost and Grounded Brewers.
I'm Sarah from North.
I'm Sam from Gypsy Hill Brewery.
Here at the Geese and Fountain in the sleepy village of Cross and Carriel in Leicestershire. Since Boris told us to lock our doors, we've converted pretty much the whole business into a takeaway, off-licence village store.
I just want to take a minute to let you know about a very special beer that we'll be releasing in just a couple of weeks' time. Long Shift is a Chinook Centennial 4.1% hoppy pale ale, and the idea behind its release is that every single penny of profit will be going to NHS charities.
Our local food bank, the Bay Food Bank, is very busy at the moment, so our virtual quiz is raising £250 a week to them. We're also donating 10% of our home delivery beer sales to the cause.
NHS staff can enjoy 20% discount, and then we're also showing love and support for local key workers with our Thank You Beers initiative, where we are donating and delivering beers to local teams.
We've teamed up with 10 other breweries across the UK to launch via the NHS a pint. So if you go onto any of our web shops, there's the option to add a pint to your basket.
we put together a pay it forward scheme where you can donate £5 to buy an NHS worker a pint that can be redeemed in any participating brewery's taproom as soon as lockdown is over. Please visit www.buythenhsapint.com for more information and to see which breweries are participating.
We'll hopefully see you all very soon, but until then, stay fierce, stay at home. Cheers.
Waving furiously. Yeah, so cool stories there. Now we are going to go over to... Oh, no, actually, no, we're not. We have some quiz answers for you. So, question 2, which was the Hubei province, if that's how you pronounce it. The winner is Lucia Masundia. There we go. All of the pronunciation there, completely hopeless. Question 3, Brazil, of course, won the World Cup 5 times, and the winner of that is Caroline Jones. Well done, Caroline. Now we are going to go over to another call because technology is clearly on our side today. One of the things that I've really missed since all of this started has been getting out to festivals and going to our regular monthly members' bottle shares at Ferment and kind of just meeting members. So we thought a fun thing to do for this evening would be to call some of you at home live as you're drinking and just kind of find out a little bit more about how lockdown's been for you. So I'm gonna pass over to Doug shortly, who is calling our first member of the evening, Pascal. Doug, how are we doing?
Hopefully we'll be joined fairly soon. Hello?
Hey, how are you?
I've got no sound at my end, so I'm wondering whether we've been let down by Skype once again.
Hold on. Hold on, we're looking. Sound is on.
How you doing there?
How are we doing?
No.
Doug!
No. Text him. We're here. Hey, how are you? Oh my gosh. Oh, accept. Right. Can you hear us?
Well, I'm not sure if that was technology this time or just someone not picking up their phone, but in any case, we're back. It's lovely to see some people on the YouTube comments who were also here last night and are just confusing the hell out of everyone else by asking me to put my shoe on my head. That doesn't seem to be a thing tonight. It was trending on Twitter last night, but I'm sorry, guys. I think the moment for footwear hats is probably past. We're gonna go to the next segment, I think. Oh no, we're gonna go back to the call. Great, Pascal, are you out there?
Hello? Hello. We managed to get through finally. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Have you got the video turned on at your end? You do. Hang on. It is Doug. Yes, it is. There we go. Hey, how's it going? Oh, geez. I tell you what, technology, as soon as you say everything's going to be fine at the start of the night, it all goes smoothly one night, it goes awry the next. So I'm glad that we could finally get through to you. Not to worry. That's much better. So I believe it's Mike and Pascal, is that right? Excellent. So how are you guys enjoying Cyberfest so far? You've been following along with the stream? Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. That's fantastic. Well, I'm glad that we're getting the seal of approval, because from what I understand, you are the person to please here because you are the beer expert. That's how I got this job. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, we're just a little bit late for your birthday. I'm sorry we couldn't push this forward a bit, but logistics being what they are, honestly. Yeah, and it's not like you could push the birthday back to the 18th or anything for us, so that's fine. But happy birthday nonetheless. How old are we now? Dare we say? 54. Fantastic. Oh, that's great. So we're up in Edinburgh at the moment. We're in the Beer52 office. So you're coming direct from the hub of where it all happens. Yeah. So we've managed to just about get everyone we needed in. So it's a very skeleton crew running this stream at the moment because of the lockdown. How have you guys been doing during the lockdown? How's it been going for you guys? Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
No, it's not as bad as being in town.
I think the sound's cut out there, just very briefly, and we're back. No, don't worry. We're fantastic. Oh yeah, we're all fine. Everyone here at the Beer52 office has been working from home, and all the families have been very much locked down and doing the Zoom calls. So everyone's getting used to using this whole technology. So I'm hoping that this Skype business will sort itself out as we go on through the night. Yeah. So. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go, yeah. This is fantastic. I'm very much the same with my partner back home. I've had to unpack all my Beer52 beers, and then she was like, "I'll have that one and that one and that one." So slowly but surely, it's the yeah. Fantastic. So what I was asking people when I did these calls last night as well, what I was asking people is for recommendations of maybe things that they've been doing in lockdown. Have you guys been getting into any crafts or hobbies while you've been quarantined inside, or has it just been drinking the beers? Yeah, keeping some normality to it. Just it's got to be 5 o'clock or after. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Excellent. So, by the end of lockdown, you'll be serenading all of us with some piano tunes, potentially. Mm. Mhm. 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 Excellent recommendations. I'm slowly building up the board. I mean, that is a brewer going above and beyond for the community right now. Well, guys, thank you very much for taking the call and being part of Cyberfest 2020. This has been awesome. And it's lovely to see some faces. I feel like we're a bit closer now. So thank you very much. Thank you. Road trip, guaranteed. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Okay, sorry guys about the sound issues there. We have a nice long segment coming up, which will hopefully give us time to all run around the office, waving our hands in the air and praying to the technology gods that this all somehow works itself out. Anyway, very excited about this next section. We have a quiz question, and then we are over to Northern Monk, which is one of Beer52's favourite breweries. They're just one of those breweries that frankly can do no wrong. So we're looking forward to that. Let's go over to the quiz.
Thomas A. Beckett is buried in the corona of Canterbury Cathedral. How was he murdered? That is, Thomas A. Beckett, St. Thomas A. Beckett, is buried in the corona of Canterbury Cathedral. How was he murdered?
Evening all, welcome to Saturday night Cyberfest. My name is Brian, I'm the head brewer at Northern Monk, and tonight I'm going to tell you all about Dreamline Forms 3, which doesn't seem to show up on camera very well. There you go. I'm sure you've all got it in your hands, you've seen it. This is a DDH IPA, collaboration with Collective Arts from Ontario, Canada, Sam Nicklin, SKJM, and it's a 7.4% IPA with Sabro, Eldorado and Citra hops. First things first, I'm sure you're all as thirsty as I am. Hope you all got some appropriate glassware on the go. Get this visual. Cheers. So this beer is part of our Pigeons project, which, if you haven't encountered before, is very much our creative outlet, our specials. Very fun labels. If you haven't quite found the peel here down the bottom of it yet, then you're missing out on a whole world of info and random rambles from myself. But yeah, so these beers are collaborations with various northern creatives, whether it's illustrators, graffiti artists, musicians, fair runners, culinary creations as well. We've got local restaurants and things like that. So yeah, basically our outlet to do some weird and wonderful and push hopping rates, push flavours, try new things. You know, the things that really get us up on the morning. Collective Arts, I say a Canadian-based brewery who we've been talking about brewing with for a long time. They're very similar vibes, as the name perhaps suggests. They work in a very similar manner. They also, their artwork is all from local artists, and they seek out commissions and do a very similar approach to ours with our patron project. So it's taken so long for us to team up is a shame, really. So we did make two beers. One of them was a session IPA, solely released in keg. Which is unfortunately right now is probably sat in a lot of stores, unfortunately. And then we did big IPA as well. Both beers had a very similar base and using the same grains and same hops, but adjusted accordingly. So the session IPA was Eldorado heavy with some Citra and Sabro backing it up, and this guy showcases Sabro with Eldorado and Citra backing it up. Very exciting. Sabro is one of the most unique hops, probably the most unique hop to come available to us within the last 5-6 years. It's best described as pina colada. The first time I think I ever brewed with it was actually second time. We used it in experimental form once, but then we did actually use it in a pina colada IPA, and it worked a treat. But as you expect from a good pina colada, you get tons of pineapple and aroma. You get you get that lime zest as well, like really fresh lime zest. And yeah, and then a massive all-warming coconut as well, which I think is pretty unique in hop varieties. Yeah, so try this on the aroma, you'll get it. It's just, yeah, really pure coconut. Pineapple, lime on there. I mean, like tropical elements as well, some melony, peachy, stone fruit character coming off as well, as you like from any good potent US hop. And then say backed up with Citra, which doesn't need too much introduction. It's the king of the tropical aromas, and Eldorado, similar vibes, more sort of tangerine-y, clementine elements. Yeah, fairly classic citrus with a little bit of sweetness, and some floral notes too as well. So all complement each other quite nicely. The beers, I say, it's in the New England style, which say if you haven't carried it before, sort of originated on the east coast of the US, sort of in the sort of New York and Boston and up into Maine. Brewers using high quantities of oats and wheat and the grist, which really boost the mouthfeel. And I say, as a side of this, is the high protein content of these malts leaves you this permanent haze to various degrees. But it's solely there to really boost that mouthfeel and create a really soft palate on which to showcase hop varieties. So the bitterness is low, the hopping is all late, so we do a heavy 80-degree whirlpool hop addition, so that's reducing the temperature at the end of the boiling process, so to minimise bitterness pickup, and then even bigger hop additions in the whirlpool. So I'll see if I've written my numbers down on here, because I can't always remember beer to beer. But it's, yeah, we're just DDH ones. This will be into the 25 gram per litre dry hop. So so we brew mostly 120 hect batches, so you're up into 300 kilo plus additions there. Quite labour intensive and fun and games to get out the tank at the end of it. Very expensive way of making beer, but we hope the results are worth it. So again, you like that real coconut vibe, sort of a lemongrassy savoury. It's got almost like Thai green curry kind of thing going on. Like I think it's Sriracha Ace hops do similar, but this has got that plus so much pineapple and peachiness coming through in the back end. Oh, it's just a truly unique hop. I absolutely love brewing with it. It's become much more commercially available over the last year or so. It takes 6-7 years to get a hop up to the point where you can really start getting it out in good volume, having proved it works and it does what it should. But yeah, this is such a unique aroma. So I think the Eldorado's coming through a bit more now as well. Yeah, get some tangerine vibes. It's definitely on the back end, sort of back of the mouth there. As you swallow, you really pick up the Eldorado a little bit more. But yeah, and then it's this nice little zingy, yeah, lime zesty thing going on as well, like almost like chewing on it. Yeah, I'm a massive fan of this hop. I hope you guys are. Let's say the uncut. Yeah, don't know if you can carry. We've had this is our third beer we've done with Sam Nicklin. As you can see, there's a single line drawings which we're massive fans of, to the point that you see you go in even closer and he's actually done the entire brew too. That's good lightness. I don't know. Yeah, and yeah, so we should say it's 2103 in the series, so 21 is like the artist number if you like, if you think of it like a library index system, so the 21st artist that we work with, so you can tell it's a long series of beers and we could do up to 7 beers with each artist. But yeah, we really straddle across all kinds of weird, wonderful territories, and it's great. See, and this one is a series of IPAs. Get more and more like nice like pineapple, like actual like tin pineapple kind of vibes. It's a wonderful thing. So I'm hoping you guys are enjoying that. Let's see if you're just discovering sort of hazy IPAs, New England IPAs. So keep an eye on the rest of the beers we do with SKGN, because we've done some vibes. We've got some single hop stuff coming through with a textile artist called Laura Slater as well, which I'm really enjoying. I'm sure there'll be a single hop Sabro in there at some point. But next one's a Strata, which is another exciting new hop which I'm getting to play with. It's a tough gig for us. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying the beer. I hope you enjoy the rest of Cyberfest tonight. And I'm gonna sit down and drink this and think of just dream of Sabro hops. Cheers.
How was Thomas à Becket murdered? That's right, folks, everyone got that, I'm sure. He was stabbed in the head with a sword. Check out the stained glass window. Quite something. What a way to go. What a way to go.
Yeah, so Rich has gone for the pop chips. I've gone for the dark stuff. So yeah, that's the level of tech issue with Skype that we have just at the moment. So thank you very much to Mike and Pascal for taking part in that call. Apologies if there were any sound difficulties at your end. We think we fixed it. Knock on wood. But we'll find out later in the evening when we have another Skype call scheduled. Rich,
I think if there's one takeaway from that Northern Monk video is that nobody's cutting their hair or beards anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Well, I did get a beard trim for this.
Did you?
Yeah, it used to be a bit
Did
longer.
you?
Couldn't go for the hair though for some reason. Just the level of trust that I have in my partner is entirely world changing. Like I will trust them with my life, but I realized I was going to be on camera, so I thought better the devil you know than the haircut you don't. So.
Yeah. I actually have. So I have two identical beard trimmers at home.
Okay.
And they've both now run out of battery, and I don't have a charger. So I mean, this is it. I mean, I'm going to be Gandalf by the time this is all. God, this is good chat, isn't it? This is comedy gold.
This is good lockdown chat. I mean, not getting a haircut. I mean, I've seen people going around with the buzz cut, like online, like they've shaved their heads. I'm not for it. Grow it out. Let's bring that look back. Fans of Canned Heat will remember the bear. That's one to Google if you don't get the reference. But he was awesome. Let's do that look again.
Fans of Did you say fans of Pan's People?
Fans of Canned Heat.
Oh, Canned Heat.
The band.
Right. I thought you said Pan's People. I was like, you are not old enough to remember Pan's People. No. All right. Okay. So we have now our first comedian of the night. There's a bunch of them for the rest of the evening. The wonderful Jay Lafferty is our first. So let's go. Pavel, can we go over to Jay? Awesome.
Hello and welcome Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. I hope you're having a good time. Even though we're in lockdown, we can have a little bit of fun. Unfortunately, Beer52 haven't actually sent me any beer, so I'm just making do with a wee glass of red. Cheers, I hope you have a good night. My name is Jay Lafferty. I'm a stand-up comedian, and usually on a Friday and Saturday night I would be in the clubs entertaining people, but much like you guys, I'm on lockdown. I am on lockdown with my husband and 5-month-old baby, which legitimately means that I have about 3 minutes every day where he's not doing the toilet, on the bottle, having a tantrum or taking a nap. And then of course there's the baby to look after as well, so that's going well. I've taken this time in isolation to try and upskill myself. Actually, I signed up to a baby massage class. It's not going well. The first day I realised that the hot oil was pee. He drilled in my hair. He screamed the whole way through. I mean, I'm really not finding it relaxing. His tiny hands can't really get into my shoulders well. I think I'm going to ask for my money back. I don't know, maybe with your partners. I mean, you're doing this fabulous Cyberfest this evening, so maybe you're trying to find ways to keep each other entertained. My partner and I decided that we would choose movies for each other. We'd take turnabouts over the weeks. It's now got pretty passive aggressive ever since he chose Outbreak, not the time for it. I've retaliated by choosing 10 Things I Hate About You, Cruel Intentions and Fatal Attraction. So he's worried. I'm glad though that I am isolating with a 5-month-old baby, so I don't have to worry about the whole homeschooling thing. Good luck to all you doing Joe Wicks tomorrow morning at 9 AM. Have fun with that. I myself am worried about bringing my child up, because I've heard now you have to bring children up positive and confident. I wasn't brought up myself positive and confident. I was brought up in Glasgow in the 80s, so I was brought up with E numbers, sarcasm, and smoking indoors, not positivity and confidence. In fact, a story that I like to tell about my father, who coached my football team. We had a little football team going. He was the coach, and we were terrible. He thought he would try and cheer us up, so along with the other dads, they clubbed together and they bought us all new football strips. Now, for a child in Glasgow in the 80s, that was a big deal, getting new football strips. We came walking in one Saturday and all the football strips were lying across the benches and our wee faces were just lit up with excitement. And we put them on and we're looking at each other, and then we realised that across the front was the word Pampers, and we were like, we've been sponsored by Pampers. I turned to my dad and said, Dad, have we been sponsored by Pampers? And he said, no, hen, it's because you're piss at the front and shit at the back. So that's the sort of positivity and confidence that I grew up with. I also don't have to deal with the hell of play dates at the moment. All you lucky people isolating that don't have to deal with play dates just now, look at the positive side of things. If you don't know what a play date is, you're probably much like me 5 months ago. As I said, was brought up in the 80s, so we actually played outside unsupervised. I know, people under the age of 25's minds have just blown wide open. Because you guys, you're under 25s, you spent the first 9 years of your life sitting in a car seat. We never sat in car seats. We just rolled around the back. We used to cycle without helmets. Take a look at anybody over the age of 40. It shows. It does. I'll explain to you if you don't know what a play date is. It's when you take your child, you put them in the car seat, you drive them down the road to somebody's house that you don't know. The only thing that you have in common is a child. You take them out the car seat, and it turns out you can't just leave them there. No, you've got to go in the house with them, and you can't drink gin. No, you've got to drink coffee. The whole thing sounds horrific. When I first heard the term playdate, I got quite excited because I thought what happened was you went round there and shagged their dads. But as it turns out, that's not what happens. It's not all bad being on lockdown. You can avoid family, which is great, because my niece, who usually comes over every week for her dinner, she's obviously not able to visit at the moment, which is great because she's 20 and she's full of joy. She's got that lovely shine, that lovely shiny face. You know, the shine that us ladies try and buy. We walk up and down Sauchiehall Street looking for that shine, and then we realise you can't buy that shine because that shine is hope. Yeah, she's full of hope. She's actually an Instagram model. I don't know what that is. Apparently it means that you can wear hoop-tearing solars that intermittently a dolphin will try and jump through them. But she keeps me young. She came round at Christmas last year and she said to me, Auntie J, have you ever seen the television programme Friends? And I said, yeah, I might have seen Friends a few times in my life. She told me that it just started on Netflix, but that she was finding it quite problematic because that's what you young people feel. You feel things are problematic all the time. And I asked her what was problematic about Friends, and she sat me down and she explained to me that Friends, the television programme from the 90s, is sexist, racist, it's body shaming, it's homophobic, it's every ismist. I told her to calm down. They're there for me. They weren't there for you. But she said, no, I'm going to write a blog about it. And off she went. And she wrote 1,500 words about Ross Geller's use of mansplaining. That's too many shits to give, young people. I really worry for you. I worry for your generation, because if you ever find Fawlty Towers on Netflix, we're all screwed. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your evening. Cyberfest, Beer52. Have fun, and hopefully we'll see you on the other side of the lockdown. Goodbye.
And we're back live in the Beer52 offices, and we have another pub quiz question answer. I was a particular fan of this question because medieval history is awesome. Definitely recommend it. If you've got some spare time on your hands, do some research. It's full of interesting stories. But the answer to this particular question was Thomas Becket was killed by a sword to the head. So those of you who answered that, you got it right. But the ultimate winner was David Turner. So congratulations, David. We'll be getting a box of beer out to you for that supreme knowledge of medieval history. Rich, what's the next segment we got coming up?
Next segment is the Garden Brewery, which is it's one of my favourite European breweries. I was there a couple of years ago. They're such nice guys, and they have Europe's largest brewery glitter ball. I questioned them on how they know this, and their response was, seriously, have you ever seen another glitter ball in a brewery? Which is fine. I mean, that's a good answer. What they also have is tonight's slickest brewery video. I frankly want to work there after seeing this. So let's go to that.
Which classic TV sitcom has the first and last episodes were called Big Brother and Sleepless in Peckham? Now I'm sure you can work that out even with the bad delivery of the question.
Hi, I'm Mladen, also known as the Can Man. I do sales, logistics and custom paperwork, so you can get your beer. They're gonna have a festival party there, so something. One moment.
Aha, okay, можно ще?
Hi Beer52, I'm Mladen, this is Marin.
Hi.
Vjerujem da uživate u našim pivama.
I da se dobro zabavljate. Živjeli?
Živjeli.
Short and kill.
I'd like to thank Beer52 for involving us. It's fantastic. Let's show you around the brewery and then do a tasting. So yeah, let's do it. Enjoy. If any of you guys have been to a brewery before, you'll know how noisy it is, so you're in for a treat. You get my smooth voiceover work instead. We were founded in 2016 by the same team that brought electronic music festivals to the Croatian coast. In the 4 years since, we've been expanding the brewery rapidly. We now export to over 15 different countries, and we have a great team of over 20 staff, from places such as the UK, Croatia, Ireland, Mexico, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, all over really. At the moment we're brewing around 10 times a week, so we're on target to brew about 7,500 hectolitres, which is 750,000 litres, or in pub terms 1.5 million pints. Our specials range, which you guys are drinking now, includes everything from like fruity sours to imperial stouts to hazy IPAs. Before we go any further, there is one member of staff. He is our logistics king. He is the reason that you have the beer in your living rooms or gardens this evening. He is able to get beer across all borders, sans frontiers, and that is Mladen. Hey guys, we're back in the offices here just above the brewery to taste the raspberry sour. This is a kettle sour with some added fruit to it. Kettle souring is a process where we like to add our wort into our kettle, where we usually boil and add hops. And instead what we do is we bring it to around 38-40 degrees and we purge all the oxygen out. We intentionally add bacteria into it and then sour over a couple of days. And then we boil it. Then we add some hops, then maybe add some purees or herbs or spices or whatever we choose to add to it. So it's something that we do quite a lot. So we add a little bit of hops in, a little bit of bitterness, but not much. So really, this is quite sweet. This is perfect for summer. If you have a garden that you're looking to go into right now, definitely works on sunny days. Enjoy. So I'd like to say cheers to Beer52, logistics managers all over Europe, but most importantly, the one and only, the logistics king, man. Cheers, guys.
We shall go to a very special guest who shall supply the answer. Over to you, Boise.
Good day to you all, Cyberfest beer drinkers. Boise here. Now, I am here to provide you with the all-important answer to your pub quiz question. I'm sure you will all have got it 100% correct by now, but the answer is only fools and horses. Come along, Marlene, for God's sake. Good luck, everyone. Stay safe, and mine's a large one. Cheers.
Well, I never. Boise and Marlene now, still doing their thing after all these years.
Well, best of luck to everyone who is putting in answers for the pub quiz. Just a little reminder, you can send your answers to cyberfest@beer52.com if you want to stand a chance of winning a box of beer. There'll be a couple more questions throughout the night, so you still got plenty of time to get involved. In the meantime, though, we do have a few shout-outs to give.
Because we're on Radio 1, apparently.
Yeah, apparently so. So I'm just going to rattle these off, and you know, if it corresponds to you, you know, maybe give us a cheer or let us know in the comments. So Robin Moss in Somerset promised his wife Angie a date night. I'm just going to apologise now that this is what he chose, because apparently,
Mate, seriously,
this is not what she had in mind, according to this.
Shocker.
But the last note of that says the spare room beckons, so I can only presume that that is a PG level of entertainment there with Cyberfest 2020. Martin Hayward and friends having a Zoom and Cyberfest party for Ezra. And it's his birthday as well. So happy birthday, Ezra.
Happy birthday, Ezra.
Again, apologies for choosing to do this on your birthday.
And the lockdown in general.
It's not a great time to have a birthday, but hey-ho, make the best of it. Drink with friends, like we're doing. Luke Murray and friends wearing their Oktoberfest gear, and I believe it's 8 of them are on a Zoom call while this is going on. So, Skål. What's the German for cheers? I don't know.
Other video conferencing platforms are available.
Yeah, but thank you guys for joining in. The Sullivan brothers brought Declan Sullivan this for his birthday, and they've said to say happy birthday Dermot, which is apparently a nickname. So
happy birthday Dermot.
Happy birthday. I really hope I've read that correctly and I've not just muddled up your nickname there. And last but not least, we have a shout out to give to Brendan Fitzpatrick's Drinking Society. So that's all the shout outs that I've been given.
I do have one other shout out for Davey, Alex, Joe, Gav, Katie, on the quizzes! That's from me. And now I think it's time to go to our second comedian of the evening. Is it?
I believe it is.
It is time. Jojo Sutherland, the fantastic. No, not Jojo, it's Robin. Robin Granger. The fantastic Robin Granger. Laugh it up.
Hi, Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. Hope you're having a good evening. I am also adopting your festival spirit. I've got my best floral kind of festival-y shirt on, but it is a lockdown, so I've also got my favourite slippers on. I'm Robin, I'm a stand-up comedian, and I'm going to tell you a bit about my lockdown experience. To be honest, lockdown has led me, a professional comedian, to have a lot of financial instability. My anxiety is through the roof. I miss gigs, I'm craving attention, and I'm eating really badly. So, to to be honest, it's exactly the same as it was pre-lockdown. My BMI is through the roof. The B stood for biscuits, because I'm getting through a lot of Jaffa cakes, party of Friday day, I think. Apart from that, me and my girlfriend just living the lockdown life. You saw her just there, our little dog, Waffle. As you saw, she's a French bulldog, which is like an English bulldog, just arrogant, really. We have no idea still. We've had her a couple of years now, no idea what wine goes with pedigree chum. She still just spits out us every day. No, make it again. It's a tense life. The little bulldog, but that is part of the fun of lockdown. I've noticed is having a dog. You get to go out and about in your government sanctioned walks. We stay in Edinburgh, so I walk the dog along the Water Leith. It's a nice stretch usually. I say usually because now with lockdown everyone thinks they're like Usain Bolt or Chris Hoy. Like everyone's running, everyone's cycling, really not socially distancing enough. And there's a real difference because you get I don't mind the people really who are just being told they can only go out for an hour a day, so they've dusted off an old bike they found in the shed, they've got some old shoes they found in the back of their car and they've chucked them on and they've gone out to lose a bit of weight, get some exercise, do some cycling. It's the semi-professional cyclists who annoy me, the people who dress like a glow stick with an attitude problem and zoom past you at 80 miles an hour. It's difficult enough to socially distance when you've got a funny little dog like I've got. And also dogs do their business wherever they want. And I've had the dog a couple of years, and you'll know this, any dog owners, dog walkers out there, but when your dog does its business outside, not indoors anymore, not in your shoe, not in your handbag, outdoors, you have to act like it's won the world, don't you? So you'll often find me Water Leith in the rain of a morning, go, hey, well done Waffle, well done Waffle. But her name's Waffle, by the way. Funniest name you can name a thing. I'll be there going, well done Waffle, well done Waffle. And then as a dog owner, as a dog walker, you have to do the responsible thing. You have to pick up the business, don't you? And I'm quite absent-minded. I'll often forget the dog poo bags. So you'll see me down there with like an old Tesco bag, an old Lidl bag, something from the cupboard underneath the sink, and I'll be there praying to myself as I lean into Scottish weather and Scottish shrubs going, oh, please no holes, please no holes, please no holes today. And then you lean in and you pick it up and you're there. And it's a real mixture of emotion, isn't it? It's pride for what the dog's done its business outdoors, and it's disgust at what you're part of, going, oh no. So you're there going, well done Waffle, I'm going to be sick, well done Waffle, I'm going to be sick, well done Waffle, I'm going to be sick. It's the same mixture of emotion I've had recently in lockdown is when you finish like a big tube of salt and vinegar Pringles in one go. You find yourself over the sink, don't you, catching your reflection in the tap or something, going, oh, I'm a legend, I'm going to be sick, I'm a legend, I think I'm the king of Pringles, I'm going to be sick. Anyway, so down the Water Leith, I've got the business in the broken bag. Waffle's there going, I just did my business. They're French Scottish bulldog. I did my business. The ginger giant is now going apeshit for no reason. And they go, oh, I'm going to be sick, Waffle. Well done, Waffle. Stay there. I'll give you a treat. Well done. I'm going to be sick. And then suddenly, dog owners, dog walkers, you realise, don't you? That's cold. That's some other dog owner's dog's shit. What do you do in that moment? What do you do? You're there, that's like an undetonated hand grenade, isn't it? What do I do? Waffle, stay there, Waffle, what do I do? I'm going to be sick, I'm going to stay there, this isn't mine, it's cold, it's someone else. Why don't people pick up after their dogs? I'm going to be sick, what do I do? You throw at a cyclist. That's what you do. Anyway, make sure you hit one of those professional glow stick cyclists. Don't hit the part-time cyclists. It's the arrogant ones I don't really like. Natural enemy of the dog walker. It's a cyclist that takes him or herself too seriously, I've noticed. Anyway, that's a little bit from me. Hope you all have a really good evening and enjoy yourselves, and stay safe, stay indoors as much as you can. Don't go outside if you don't have to. Because you're helping to save lives and take the strain off the NHS and frontline services. So if you are staying safe and staying indoors, and also don't don't do anything daft. Don't think you're being wacky or crazy by like dyeing your hair a stupid color or giving yourself a DIY homemade haircut, because like they never end up well, do they? We all know that idiot. You've all got an idiot of a friend who does that, don't you? Oh, I'll shave my head, I can do it as well as the hairdresser. You cannot. It's always going to end badly. So yeah. Anyway, like I said, if you're staying indoors, keeping people safe, trying to have as much fun as you can, staying indoors, and hopefully this will all be over soon. So yeah. Anyway, if you are staying safe and things like that, I do from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, and I take my hat off to all of you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Welcome back. We were not ready for that video. We were enjoying it so much, we were all just sat in the other room having a drink. So, Doug, what's happening?
Well, actually, I have another winner for the pub quiz. So I'm going to blanket apology for any mispronunciations of names. Katerina Kiselyua. I'm going to go with that. Katerina, you are the winner. Of course, the answer was Only Fools and Horses. Bit before my time. Rich, were you a fan of Only Fools and Horses when it was kicking about? Is that in your era, in your wheelhouse?
This time next year, Doug, we'll be millionaires.
I'll take that as a yes then. So Katerina, again, we'll be arranging with you details of how to get you your winner's box. In the meantime, though, we do have yet another pub quiz question alongside a video by Siren. So there's a lot to look forward to coming up just now. Let's cut to that, and best of luck to everyone out there taking part in the quiz.
Macaulay Culkin was once left home alone, but all I'd like to know is what was his very first movie role? That is, what was Macaulay Culkin's first ever movie role?
Hey folks, welcome to a social distancing tasting, suspended in cans. As I said, it's the 9th of April today. This one was canned about half an hour ago.
As fresh as it gets.
It is as fresh as it gets. If you're buying this today, then you're going to have a beer that's literally just a few days old. Oh my god, look at that. Beautiful, like light, hazy pour.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It really is a lovely colour. Oh, so much fruitiness going on the nose. So, Steve over in the brewery said his notes on this were Satsuma, tangerine, peach and apricot with hints of white grape.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You're definitely going for the quite subtle, quite refreshing fruits, for sure.
I definitely get grape as well, which I'm not sure has been I think I've found a lot of in suspended brews, but this is great. So, the story of this one, obviously, now we're not putting into keg and cask. This is a very rare opportunity to get your hands on suspended in cans. One day we will not be doing suspended in cans, so get them now while you can.
Definitely.
This batch was meant to be suspended in science, so called because the focus hop is Brew-1, BRU-1, from Yakima hops. Suspended in Brew-1 didn't sound as catchy to us.
Not really, no, it hasn't really got a ring to it, is it?
Bear in mind, it's experimental hop we went for, suspended in science. It's also got Sabro, so you get a lot of aroma from Sabro. You definitely get that, and Equinox, so a beautiful lineup of hops.
Yeah, you can really smell the hops on it, but it's not overpowering, it's still refreshing. At 4%, just kind of classic, suspended in, sessionable, watching some sport with your mates on a Sunday.
It's so good.
And just knocking the back, and yeah.
I get sort of like a soft melon, definitely peach vibe as well.
Yeah,
it's
there's
that beautiful sort of rounded mouthfeel. Suspended brews just bring back so many good memories for me. Of every time we've gone to tap takeover or anything like that, anytime we're in a pub with it on, it's just suspended.
Reminds me of the tap room, you know, because I've been coming here for 2 years since I opened, and it's every 2 weeks. Like clockwork.
Yeah.
But of course, we can't do that right now.
No.
So let's put it in cans, right?
Amen. It's quite nice to be sat in the tap yard having a suspended.
Brings back good memories.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So, food pairings with this one. What are we saying? I think for me, last year or not, a year before, I'd have said barbecue.
Okay.
But again, being a vegetarian, it's a summer beer. So the way I see this is sitting in the garden with a platter of olives or some cheeses or something like that. Just
nice little meze.
Just picking out, hanging out with friends, cracking a few cans.
Nice.
That's how I see
that.
it.
I can picture it.
My food pairing is more of an atmosphere rather than a taste sensation.
Yeah, you're going for the feeling, and sure, I can see that. Me, well, I mean, it's light, it's clean, it's fruity, so maybe like a summer salad.
Yeah.
Kind of thinking, you know, like a rare beef and watermelon or something like that for the meat eaters, or if you're not that, maybe pear and walnut. And a pear and walnut, you know, something nice, light, easy going, just like the beer is, but it's still got that flavour, still packing that flavour.
I'm sure there's a tasting expert out there who will tell me exactly what this scientifically pairs with.
Yeah, there will be one.
I will reply always with suspended in just pairs well with everything.
Yeah.
Give me a bag of crisps, give me a pizza, give me a burger, give me Italian food, Mexican food, whatever it is, that's going to pair well.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, food pairings, there's a bit of a science to it, but it's also completely down to taste.
Yeah.
I think if you're going, you know, like we said with grand designs, you want something big and bold to go with the big and bold flavours, and with this, so, you know, definitely say whatever you want to do it, just kind of make sure it's kind of nice and light. But yeah.
Amen.
I could drink this all day.
I might. Bank holiday weekend coming up. So anyway, canned on the 8th of April, canned on the 9th of April. Both are available now on the Siren Craft Brew website, and both are in the current Brightside box as well. So get on that.
Definitely.
And they'll be with you soon. So yeah, thanks very much.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Macaulay Culkin was once left home alone, but what I asked you was, what was his first movie role? The answer to that is Rocket Gibraltar. No, I've never seen it either, but it's got Burt Lancaster and Macaulay Culkin. You'd have think it, man.
All right, thank you very much, Phil. Okay, we have another shout out to do. Just came in over the over YouTube chat. Ryan Broadbent would like a shout out for Vicky Crabb. She is very specifically 38.5 weeks pregnant. He is dressed as a whoopee cushion. Do we have that picture? No, we don't. Okay, but I've seen it. The man really is dressed as a whoopee cushion when his partner is 38.5 weeks pregnant. He also hopes that she doesn't pop tonight because he is pissed. You have lost some points. Right, okay, so next up we are going over to another Skype members call. Hope this works. If it doesn't, we're going to kill it dead with fire. So over to Doug, who is hopefully connecting with Kath and Ewan Oliver. Dressed as a cushion when his partner is 38.5 weeks pregnant. He also hopes that she doesn't pop tonight because he is pissed. You lost some points.
Oh, turn the telly off. Hello, can you hear us? Yep, hear you too. Yes, you are.
Hello.
Yay, well done. No, wait, that's because we just touched the button because we can't see you at the moment.
Can you see us? Okay.
Okay, great. Hello, can you hear us? Yeah, great.
We're really good. Yeah, we're really enjoying this.
It's great. It's really good.
It's you guys said it was a bit weird at the beginning, but actually it's very cool.
Yes,
We're
you are.
really Hello. Yeah. Yeah.
Yay, well done.
Yeah.
No, wait, that's because we just touched the button because we can't see you at the moment.
Can you see us? Okay.
Okay, great.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of a massive refurb on our house, and we're doing a lot of the work ourselves. So actually, it's quite a good excuse just to kind of
Just
crack
get on with it.
You know, it's not like you can go anywhere or do anything. So we've got no excuse. So you know, so we're back on program, and we're doing well.
Yeah, it's good. But you're also brewing beer as well.
Yeah, I'm brewing beer. Well, yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of a not as professionally as some of your guys that have been on work ourselves. So actually, it's quite a good excuse. Well, I'm brewing a Smuggler's Ale, and I'm also brewing an American IPA. So the American IPA takes a bit longer. But it's going to be good. That's going to be bottled, and I'm going to keep that. Well, I'm going to keep. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Well, I'm brewing a Smuggler's Ale, and I'm also brewing an American IPA. Yeah. The American IPA takes a bit longer. There's a lot of sampling goes on, isn't there, along the way? That's going to be bottled. We normally just name them after where we live. So
Well, you did make the label.
yeah, I did. I made a label. I made a label on Illustrator, on Photoshop, or whatever it was, and and I spent quite a lot of time on it, a worrying amount of time on doing the label. But it's normally just named after where we live. So. Okay. Yeah, okay. We normally just name no problem. So
Well, you did make the label.
yeah, I did. I made a label. I made a label on Illustrator, on Photoshop, or whatever it was,
kind of helped you through. Any particular favourites you want to give a shout out to, just while we're all kind of compiling our beer lists?
We're a big fan of Brewdog.
Yeah, we like the punk IPA.
We like punk IPA and the Dead Pony Club and stuff like that.
And our local co-op.
And also, big shout out to our local brewery in Ashford, Curious Brew, who do some amazing beers. We had a limited edition one from them, their Bacchus IPA, which they only did a few hundred cans of, and we bought some of that, and unfortunately we've drunk our way through it.
Quite quickly, actually.
But that's made with I think a bit of the Bacchus yeast that they use for their winemaking, and it was cracking. What else? What else have we been drinking?
We've been drinking,
Anything we can get our hands on.
Your drink is after my own heart. It really is. That's fantastic.
Unfortunately.
Well, I suppose I should probably put the content warning in there just to make sure that everyone at home is just fully aware. You shouldn't be drinking all the Cyberfest beers all in the one sitting. So that goes for you too as well. I've got my eye on you.
We haven't been doing that.
We're sharing them. We're sharing them 50-50.
But I mean, we'll have to stop at some point though.
Oh yeah. There's quite a collection developing actually. We've noticed. Can you see the?
Let's have a look. Oh, that's very nice. That's what we
Yeah,
like to see.
we're lining them up, and we're taking notes as well because.
I had the North Brewing beer just before we started the stream, so I'm going to say that's one to maybe crack on with next as a wee recommendation. But thank you very much for joining the call and for joining Cyberfest 2020. This has been very lovely to connect with people. I believe next we're going to go to a segment which is going to be the comedian Jojo Sutherland. So if you've got the stream on, you can have a few laughs and a few beers while we go into the next video.
Okay.
Good to speak to you,
Thank
Doug.
you.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So I'm going to say that's one to.
So, awesome. Jojo Sutherland. Let's watch Jojo Sutherland.
Hello. Welcome Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. I am coming live to you from my living room. Dead flowers in the background. Don't say I don't make an effort. Getting to grips with all the technology, that's been a bit of a struggle for me. I live in a house with 3 other people who don't even let me use the remote because I can't be trusted. So that's a bit difficult. I have been getting to grips, or I've tried to get to grips. My 17-year-old daughter, I've got a 17-year-old daughter called Finn because, well, I wanted a boy. I've changed her name now to Finn Laden because she needs shooting. Don't judge me, you haven't met her, all right? Genuinely, I asked her if she'd show me how to use TikTok. Have you heard of TikTok? And I wanted to use it because apparently that's what all the cool kids are doing. And my daughter immediately told me that I was too old. So that was nice. But then I mentioned to her that Monica from Friends is on TikTok, to which she replied, yeah, but you don't look anything like Monica. Harsh. So I'm not on TikTok. Apparently I'm not cool enough. Who knew? Oh, but I am going to have my birthday in lockdown. So, well, I thought I was going to be sad about that, but it turns out, actually, because the best thing about birthdays is Facebook, and everybody is on Facebook. So, when you get up in the morning, because you go and you check all your Facebook messages to see how many people have, wished you a happy birthday. I mean, I don't look who they're from. I just count them. It's like 56, 57, 58. I've got more friends than that, but not everybody always comments on Facebook, so it better be different this year. So, you do all that, and then you have to wait all day, and then you get to the end of the day, and you do your old soppy, oh, thank you for all my birthday messages. I feel so touched and loved, and bleh. So, and then you get another raft of people.com going, oh, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. And that's nothing much more exciting than that, is it? It's usually just happy birthday, have a good one, blah. Last year, for my birthday, when I'd had all my Facebook messages, and at the end of the day I went in and said thank you for all my Facebook messages. A little bit bittersweet this year because it marks the year that my mum has been dead longer than I knew her, which I know. 240 likes, more than I got for my birthday. Hashtag just saying. So I put that up. And then it was nice, actually. The way people are nice sometimes. Just like, oh, babes and love hearts and private messages. Somebody actually came to my house and gave me flowers, which was a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward when my mum put a question mark on my Facebook page, so no sense of humour. And I know we need to have a sense of humour, don't we? We need to have a sense of humour, particularly at this time when we're all locked down and screaming at each other. What, you're not screaming at your children? Please tell me you're screaming at your children if you have children. Otherwise, it's just weird if you're screaming at other people's children, although I'm tempted. My kids, I've got 4 kids. I think having kids is a bit like drinking. When you have one too many. I should have stopped at 3. Kids, obviously, not drinks. And I do like them. Well, not all the time, not at the same time. You shouldn't have favourites, but I do. Don't tell them, but I definitely do. My eldest is my favourite. I love him. He's totally my favourite because he's left home. Although I keep up with him on Facebook, that's great. It's always good to know what he's up to. Well, obviously, I know what he's up to at the moment, but normally I keep up with him on Facebook to just see what he's at. And I mean, he doesn't know I'm on Facebook. Yeah. He thinks I'm 19 and called Lucy. Yeah. On Twitter, I'm called Michael. I'm 21 and I'm in a band. My kids think I don't know anything. I know everything. It's a really good way to become a spy. It's a bit more difficult when I'm in the house on my own, stuck, but hey-ho. Look, I'm going to love you and leave you. Enjoy your beer. Love me or hate me. I've been Jojo Sutherland. You've got to have a Marmite mug in life. If you don't like Marmite, then there is seriously something wrong with you and you need to have a serious word with yourself. So hopefully we'll see you on the other side. Enjoy your beer. Have a good night. Take care.
Hi Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers, hope you're having a good evening. I am...
Okay, so we've kind of gone merch heavy on this for some reason. So as well as the glasses, there are also exclusive and extremely attractive Cyberfest 2020 t-shirts that you can buy on the website. There is a link in the description to this live stream and also on social media. And while we're in the promotional mood, I have this very attractive and informative craft beer dictionary out. It's only £15 on Amazon at the moment, sometimes less, and like £4 on Kindle. So what have you got to lose? It's illustrated. This feels so cheap. It probably is. Anyway, so we have another quiz question coming up. We have Tiny Rebel. We have more Skype, so that's something to look forward to, and Brew By Numbers. So there is an awful lot of quality entertainment this evening still to come. Pavel, let's go to the next section, which I believe is Phil and Tiny Rebel.
Another aspect of life under quarantine, life under lockdown, is many of you have had to homeschool your children. This round is designed to see if you've paid attention to many of the subjects you may have been teaching this month. So here we go. Question 1. Who wrote the self-isolation classic, The Metamorphosis? That is, who wrote the self-isolation classic, The Metamorphosis? Think about it, man. You know, all that time in his bedroom, all alone. I know exactly how he feels.
Hey all, I'm Gareth Williams. I'm one of the co-founders of Tiny Rebel. I hope you're all enjoying the Cyberfest. It's a pretty awesome thing to be doing, to be fair. And yeah, just thanks to Beer52 for including us within the pack against some awesome breweries in there. And I hope everybody's keeping safe and everybody is buying beer from breweries online sort of shops, and it's really helping out the breweries in such a tough time. It's not just the breweries, there's so many more, but obviously I'll talk about breweries because that's what we are. So yeah, thanks very much for joining in on the Cyberfest, and I hope you all have a wicked time, and we'll jump straight into the beer. So what we've got today is the Paradise City. So this was one of our birthday beers from our blending pack, and we done 2 NEIPAs. So this is the Loral and Mosaic. The other one was an Nelson Sauvin NEIPA. So we won't be blending today. We'll just go straight in for this beer. It's done really well for us. We love the hops in it. Mosaic, one of our sort of most favourite hops, and I'd probably say it's our main hop right throughout the brewery. And Loral's a new one for us. It's not a sort of in-your-face hop, but I'll talk about that in a little bit time. So let's open the beer. So we'll go for the artwork first. As you know, anybody that's drunk our beers before, we love all our different artwork, and we try to mix it up. It's something that we've kept going, and we have no plans to be stopping it. We won't be sort of branding generic and growing up sort of thing like that. We love our branding. It's totally unique, and we'll keep on doing it because it's a big part of beer. And yeah, let's crack on. Awesome. So we'll get it in the Tiny Rebel glass. So as you can see, it's typical NEIPA, nice and cloudy, loads of haze to it, and a lot of people like that haze. We love it too. I did kind of invert the can a little bit before I poured it, just to make sure you're getting all that that haziness out. And as you can see, it's unfiltered. We don't filter any of our beers at Tiny Rebel. We centrifuge beers. Some we do, the majority that we do, just to clear them up for a bit of consistency. And this would have been slightly centrifuged, but not too much, because we want to keep that sort of those proteins and those hazes from the yeast that that gives it that lovely colour. And as you can see, the more sort of solids within the beer, the more protein and the more yeast, then you get that lovely sort of bright colour bouncing back off it. If it was sort of clear and it didn't have that haze in it, then it wouldn't look as bright as it does now. So it's really important to get that sort of bright colour bouncing back at your eyes to get it hazy like that. So as I said, I inverted the can a little bit. If you've got a little bit left in it, give it a swirl, pour it in the can, in your glass, just to get the full effect basically. So we'll go for the nose first. So it's pretty punchy. It's your sort of typical Mosaic, really tropical fruits. But I'll jump onto what I'll jump onto first is the malts that we used in this beer. And it's pale malt. We've got flaked barley, wheat and oats. So we really go for the full-bodied sort of oats to give it that full-bodied creaminess that you're looking for in a NEIPA. And probably about 10% flaked barley, 10% wheat and 15% oats. So quite high on those sorts of malts, but that's the sort of thing we're looking for. And also, before I dive in, something really important within NEIPAs is the water treatment that we use. So to get that fuller flavour, that full body, that silkiness that you look for within these sorts of beers, is that we treat the water totally different as we do to a pale ale or a normal IPA. We kind of do a role reversal, and we put a lot of calcium chloride into it, a little bit of calcium sulfate. So basically we recreate the water profile of a stout to give it that sort of full flavour and full bodiness you find in stout. So yeah, so let's tuck in. Yeah, that's lovely. But I think the main thing for this is it's all about the hop profile, the softness of it, and that real, like I keep talking about it, that thick mouthfeel with the hops, low bitterness. We aim for low bitterness because we don't want it to be an old school IPA. It's a NEIPA after all. So I'll talk about the hops that we do use in it. So the main two was Loral and Mosaic. Now the Loral is probably one that's not too out there. It's a fairly new hop, and we loved it because it's more of a balanced hop. And when you're fighting against Mosaic, you know, you're not going to put two huge juicy hops in there. We like to balance it out with a little bit of something different. So Loral, it's a kind of floral and herbal, it's like an intense noble hop, a German hop, but it's much stronger than your German styles. So it's got slight citrus notes, kind of sweet fruits, but it's more so balanced, and it's a balancing hop against the Mosaic, because we didn't want to be fighting against the Mosaic with something quite similar like Citra. So we kind of let both hops do their thing. Again, Mosaic, tropical fruits, you get that big hit. It's a real big hitter. It's one of our favourites. It's a kind of a daughter from Simcoe hops. So you get those tangerine flavours and aromas, papaya. They say you get a little bit of bubblegum. But I mean, taste and smell is perceptive. So, you guys are going to probably make your own minds up of what you're tasting. I mean, I do get those lovely sweet fruits myself, personally. Yeah, it's awesome. But it's balanced. I think it's not too in your face. We always try and at sort of Tiny Rebel is that we try to balance our beers. It's not just about real impact beers. We'd like you to drink 2 or 3 of these sorts. Hopefully you can, and hopefully you're all enjoying it. again, talking back towards the hops, because the hops are a real main point in this, as well as the water treatment and the sort of grist, the malt. Within the boil, we didn't put too much hops in here. I think we went for around 3 grams per litre, which is quite low, because we don't want to get huge bitterness from it. So 3 grams per litre is that's pretty low for boil. And also we add it at around 75, 80 degrees, so we bring that temperature down so we're not extracting all the bitterness from it, keeping a little bit of flavour in there as well. And I think the sort of magic happens with then the dry hopping. That's the real important part to get these flavours and aromas that you're looking for. And we went in with about 20 grams per litre, which is pretty high, but you know, that's what it needs to be for this style of beer. So pretty expensive to do that, but it is what it is. And you need to do it because that's what it is in the beer, and that's what comes out of it, and that's what you're tasting. And you know, it's that real pungent, strong, fruity, slightly citrusy. I find it more sweet fruits because the bitterness is quite low, and obviously it's a 6.8% NEIPA, so you will get a little bit of sweetness in there, but nothing too overly sweet. And yeah, I love it. Awesome. So I'll let you guys crack on with it, and I hope you're all enjoying the Cyberfest. It's an awesome event. I did see earlier that it's sort of fully sold out, and everybody keeps supporting the breweries out there. It's massively appreciated. You know, obviously the pubs are shut. We lost a huge amount of trade, and it's not just breweries, it's pubs, it's everybody. So keep supporting breweries, keep supporting everybody that you can, and you know, most importantly, just stay safe. And yeah. Cheers, guys. All the best.
How did everybody do with the homeschooling questions? I, for one, thought they were particularly easy, but I have all of the answers written down in front of me. So, the answer to the English question, who wrote the self-isolation classic, The Metamorphosis? That's right, it was Franz Kafka. Give everybody a round of applause there. Everybody at home.
if you want to put your answers in and potentially win a case of beer. Speaking of which, I have been given another winner. So the question was obviously about Macaulay Culkin and his first ever film role. And I have it here just in case you missed the answer or you just want a reminder. Macaulay Culkin's first big screen role was in the film Rocket Gibraltar. Haven't seen it, I have to admit, but I have it on good authority that it is a pretty decent movie, so I will be checking it out as part of like my little lockdown film screenings. So the winner for that was Liz Ozanne. I hope I pronounced your surname correctly there, Liz. And we wanted to give a big shout out to her friends Claire, Kev, and JD. So I hope you guys are all enjoying Cyberfest 2020. I hope Liz is generous with the beers that she's just won. And next up, we're going to go into another pub quiz question and a video from Brew By Numbers. So let's cut to that and enjoy.
We're going to move on. We're going to move on to the food and beer round. Now I know a large part of the lockdown, the self-isolation, gives you a lot of time to cook food and drink a lot. That's what I've been doing mostly. So to start off the food and beer section of the quiz, I'm going to move directly to our kitchen correspondent, Miss Hayley Bolter, to answer the number one burning question on my mind. What are we having for dinner, Hayley?
This is Hayley Bolter reporting live from the kitchen, where for dinner tonight we'll be having baked beans and pasta, and toilet roll. Again, excellent. Speaking of beans, do you know on average average? How many are in one of these tins?
Good evening, everyone. It's great to be hosting a tasting for Cyberfest. My name is Mike and I work for Brew By Numbers. And for those of you who don't know who we are a modern and exploratory craft brewery based out of Bermondsey in southeast London. I'm sure there's a lot of you who are watching today who have been down to our tap room on the Bermondsey Beer Mile, which we're very famous for. So, tonight we are going to be I'm going to be leading a tasting on our 05 India Pale Ale West Coast and giving a little bit of information about why we decided to brew this beer, a little bit of the history on the style, and maybe what you might expect to taste if you're enjoying this beer on this tasting tonight. So, the reasons why we decided to brew this beer were we wanted to do it in a tandem launch of an East Coast and a West Coast IPA. So the West Coast, this beer, was brewed to showcase the start of the American beer revolution and how the IPA has changed from its formation, to the East Coast, which would be what we expect to see in a modern IPA. So this is definitely late 80s and early 90s, following into the 2000s. And the East Coast style is what you might expect to see in an IPA in bars around the world today. So something with very low bitterness, something with lots of fruit flavours, big mouthfeel, and then it's basically hazy. Unfortunately, we couldn't brew that beer, the East Coast, because of the current situation, but the two beers together will be something that we're going to look to brew in the future, and I hope that you check it out when it comes out. It's a really interesting side-by-side tasting, having those beers together. So, on its own, the West Coast style, a little bit of history about it. This beer was invented or brewed for the first time following on from a lot of home brewers and pioneering breweries in the late 80s and early 90s, as a riff on the India Pale Ale made famous in England, but showcasing really full flavoured and full profiled American hops. So bags of bitterness, high alpha acids, and loads of complex citrus fruits, including grapefruit and orange peel, orange rind, but always with an assertive bitterness. So this style was made famous by breweries such as Ballast Point and Green Flash and Stone. All breweries who continue to still make this style and definitely were instrumental in the propagation of the American Pale Ale and American IPA that we see today, especially West Coast style. Style definition for this should be something that is clear, something that is sort of a darker orange, and definitely no haze, but with really big notes on the nose of marmalade and citrus fruits, especially grapefruit. Is a huge amount of bitter fruit that you should smell and taste. It should carry through to the profile. So if we pour it out, and we see that it's definitely clear and clean. At the nose and the taste is also definitely loads of marmalade, loads of really bitter citrus fruits, bags of orange peel, and pine. Traditionally, this style is celebrated for loads of fresh pine and American wood, a little bit of spice and some black pepper. And there's a little bit of that definitely across. It starts fruity with loads of orange, and then it definitely finishes. There's a rampant bitterness and assertiveness, but it makes you want to have another sip. It finishes clean, it finishes bright. It's delicious. This is definitely a very good example of the style. It's something we're very proud of, and we hope all of you at home have enjoyed it tonight. We also hope that you're keeping very safe and you're healthy, you're good. And when this is all over, we would love for you to come down to Bermondsey and enjoy some of our beer in the future. Have a fantastic evening.
I don't know the answer, but I bet I know who does. Over to you, Captain Beanie.
Hello there. Hello. Are we live now? Hold on. I'm getting a bit of some wind problems here. Yes. Oh, yeah, there are. Hello. Good evening. Live at the Baked Bean Museum of Excellence here in downtown Port Talbot. Yes. This is a very special message to all my dear good human beings. My Cyberfest friends, yes indeed. And are you partaking in some kind of pina coladas, I guess? Yeah, I bet you're going to be the toast of the town. Anyway, talk about beans. Someone once asked me the other day, what's your favourite brand of baked beans? Well, I have to admit, there's only one, Heinz Baked Beans, Heinz 57. And the last time I had a bit of a count on how many beans are in the can, were about 485 tins. Not tins, beans, I said. Yes, it's quite right, some beans. And talk about toast of the town, I want to show you one of my favourite pieces here. This is it. This is a sculpture, a full-blown sculpture of a tin of beans on toast. And I like to wish you all the best wishes for today. Ooh, I think it's still set in this ways. So anyway, I hope you have a bean-tastic time there with all you gathering of all your friends, and all that remains for me to say is may the force go behind you, and all lots of love from the cat. From me to you, loves you all. Up and away.
Hello, folks. We're pretty much in the home stretch of Cyberfest day 2 just now. Still plenty of exciting things to come along. Brewer video we've got coming up is going to be from White Hag. Now, White Hag are personally one of my favourite breweries for 2 reasons. One, I love puns, and they run a festival called Hagstravaganza. Just had to double check. It's one of the best pun names I could think of for a beer festival. If you can think of a better pun name for a beer festival, please do put it in the comments. I would love to go over those because, as I say, big fan of a pun. And the second reason is that they made one of my favorite beers of recent memory, which was Dark Druid. Now, for those of you who are members of Beer52, you'll have tried that beer in the Island of Ireland box. So, if you've still got some beers over from St. Patrick's Day, you've got that dark beer, the White Hag Dark Druid, then please do give it a try. It is a desserty, lovely, sweet, I think it's a stout. It's definitely a dark beer, so it's just fantastic. I cannot sing its praises enough. And before we go to their video, we do have another question from our quizmaster, Phil Hall. So let's go to that first. Best of luck to all of you who are taking part in the quiz, and enjoy the White Hag.
The next question, again concerning food and beer, goes: the pangolin, known in culinary circles as the sentient artichoke, is one of the world's most trafficked mammals. What I want to know is, how many species of pangolin are there? That's right. This is where this all came from. People eating pangolins. Shouldn't be eating bats or pangolins. That's just my dietary requirements. I don't know about you.
Hey, how's it going? We're trying to be socially responsible here in the White Hag. My name's Bob, and this is my partner Joe. We're from the White Hag Brewery in Sligo, Ireland. We've got standard issue masks for protecting us from each other in case we're suspicious that either of us have COVID-19. But we've been basically living out of each other's pockets for the last 6 years, so it's unlikely that one of us is going to get it and the other won't. at this stage. We're going to have a little introduction to us and our beer. A big hello to everyone. And now Saturday, and you're at Cyberfest, on Cyberfest. I'm not sure. But you're drinking good beer, really good beer. I think we're in good company, and I really hope you get to enjoy our Farmhouse Saison. French is not my first language. So, who are the White Hag? Well, if you've been with Beer52 for a while, you'll know that we're an Irish brewery from the West Coast over on the Wild Atlantic Way. We are the best brewery in Ballymote, County Sligo, and it's a claim that we've long upheld and will hopefully hold into the future. We are big fans of Beer52. It's a great way of getting our beer out to all of the UK and a lot of beer fans, tens of thousands of beer fans. We've been working with them for money. I'd say 4 or 5 years working with the crew there to work with, and allowed us to do really interesting things with some experimental beers and some of our core range. You'll know our beer from Paddy's Day, so every Paddy's Day box seems to have two. This year we had the Atlantean and Dark Druid, the salted caramel, which seems to have gone down a storm. And you're going to see, you've got the Talti in today's festival, and you're going to see our Hellas Lager, our Little Foam, which is our kind of flagship beer, and also our brand new Phantom Hazy IPA. That's going to be in the store, in the Beer52 store, it's a week or two. And hopefully in the near future you'll see some beers coming through for us. So keep an eye out for them. Also keep an eye out for our festival, Hagstravaganza, held here in the brewery at the end of July, hopefully, if lockdown restrictions are lifted. We're going to be talking to the guys in Ferment magazine about that over the next couple of, hopefully you'll see, read more about that, and get on our website, thewhitehag.com, if you want to know more about us, our masks, our beer, and our festival. So what have you here for? Well, we're going to introduce you to the beer that you're about to experience. I'm going to around. Joe is the brewmaster, and he will bring it through the beer itself. Can we get the beers?
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah. We're recording this ourselves in the brewery while everyone is still working behind us, hence it's so noisy. Lovely. So, some of you may ask, what is Talti? Talti is the goddess of agriculture, modern farming process essentially. Our brand is built on mythology and on folklore, predominantly gathered and prevalent around the northwest of Ireland and indeed common through Celtic Europe. Talti was essentially the founding goddess of modern farming practice of planting, sowing and harvesting. And this is what has brought us this beer. It's a style of beer that is owes its heritage and its to agriculture. So, on that note, I'm going to hand over to Joe, who's going to shout at the laptop.
Thanks, Bob.
I'm going to drink.
Thanks everybody who's tuning in, enjoying this beer. It's actually 2 years in the making to get this beer from these barrels here behind me into this glass. So the idea behind this was to kind of resurrect the traditional farmhouse saison style. So it's a mixed fermentation beer. All saisons brewed in those early times were probably all unique in that they were, each farmhouse that made one had its own recipe or its own way of doing things, its own ingredients. Too crazy for the first rendition of this. We just wanted to establish a baseline, and so yeah. So there's no fruits, no special herbs or spices or anything like that. It's just a straight up table saison, which I was told you guys should have a information sheet on the beer. It should explain how the style kind of originated. It was designed for seasonal farmhands to drink, worked in the fields, and so it's a lower strength alcohol. I think it came in 4.4%. And obviously, if it was much stronger than that, and you were out working in the hot sun, you probably would end up with a headache and feeling like taking a nap.
Driving the tractor into the hedge.
I wanted to keep it around the 4 to 4.5% range. Luckily, it came out that way. And so just a base Saison. And then where the magic really happened, I should say, was we started with a commercial Saison yeast, and that was done in the stainless tanks. And then 2 years in these French red wine barrels, ex-red wine barrels, that had since housed our Oaken Brett IPA, which is a 100% Brettanomyces fermented IPA. So that would have impregnated the barrels with Brettanomyces, to which the Saison then went into, and then we let the Brettanomyces do the rest of the work and add its magic. Kind of floral and spicy, somewhat farmyard aromas are coming mostly from that Brettanomyces. Because the Saison strain pretty much eats all the sugar, there wasn't much left for the Brettanomyces to consume, so she then goes to work on some of the byproducts of the yeast, primary yeast fermentation, which creates some of those more exotic characters that are only occur when you use the mixed fermentation style.
I'm going to act kind of like an interviewer here, and also like I should know this, but the spice and oak, there's like a combined spice and oak aroma here. How much of that comes from the oak and how much of that comes from the
well, there's definitely going to be a natural oak character that barrel, because it did spend almost 2 years in the barrel. So, but there's still that kind of, the oak to me comes across more as a toasted vanilla kind of
that's that
character.
sweetness, like a
Yeah. But this has a final grain, so all the body and stuff really is coming from the tannin from the oak. So that's where the oak is. Actually, if we would have been stainless only, it probably would have came across extremely thin.
Yeah. It gives it like feel, like real feel of the tongue.
Yeah. Describe this as somebody rolling a large pallet of cans.
We're in an actual working brewery. Just in case you thought this was a studio somewhere.
Okay, so I'll back in the frame here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, wine tannin in the same way. So if you take, say, stainless only fermented wines, generally always would come, even red wines would come across as a lot more thin and lacking body and mouthfeel compared to the ones that get to spend time in oak.
Yeah.
So it comes from the tannin.
There is a like every time I smell this and or smell Ulken, or even little Ulken, you always get that bang of wine, like that bang of Chardonnay. Nose off it straight away before anything else.
And that's also why I like to use kind of the former wine barrels, because they're going to add complexity versus just a normal toasted barrel.
That's an Austrian barrel there, actually.
It was made in Austria. But it's French oak.
Just so you can see our barrels, so you can see all the cells. What you also see is that each barrel has, or almost all the barrels, have the name of someone who sponsored the barrel. So our crowdfunding was done to buy a barrel program. We've got a hell of a lot of barrels here. You can see at the back there as well. There's a lot of barrels in the brewery, but all sponsored by individuals in Ireland and abroad. And it's why we have such a wide variety of barrel-aged beers, and like one batch that's dedicated to Beer52, which is this. It's like 8,000 cans, I think.
Yeah, and you guys are really lucky, because I didn't want to give any of it up. I was really happy with how it came out, and then I was told it was all pretty much going to you guys, so congratulations. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah. If you want to know more about it, I'm going to get this tasting note. So we do a tasting note for every single beer. It introduces the beer, and that's probably backwards now. We're going to send it on to guys in Beer52. Should make it available by social or by email. The email link where you get your information. If you want to know any more, come on the website, get on our social. It's at the White Hag on all channels. And all Instagram, Twitter. Yeah, if you have any questions, I'll email everyone Joe's phone number. He's available most Saturdays. And you can ping us a mail or whatever. Hopefully you enjoy the festival. Hopefully it's the world's first, but not last. We'd like to be part of this and getting you more information, getting you to taste more beers in the future. And enjoy yourselves. Stay safe. And hopefully we'll see you the other side physically at one of the countless beer festivals we'll go do around the UK. Francia. Cheers.
Some of you might be thinking, I didn't even know there was more than one species of pangolin. That's what we're here for, to educate. So, the answer to the question, how many species of pangolin are there, is 8. 8 species of pangolin. 4 African, 4 Asian.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Beer52 offices. I hope you've done well on the questions so far, and if not, I hope you've been enjoying the brewery videos. There's been a lot there to kind of digest and enjoy. I have been given another winner, so for question 7, the answer was Franz Kafka, famous for his weird stories, and the winner is James Maher. So James, we're going to be getting in touch with you, get you your box sorted, and you can enjoy those beers and the sweet taste of victory. Yeah, when they doing the questions, and I saw Metamorphosis come up and Franz Kafka, it reminded me of this one time where I had to go see Franz Kafka, the opera, because my partner thought it would be a very interesting idea to go see, and they were right, because I had the flu and was on paracetamol. So if you're ever gonna see a Franz Kafka opera, all done in English in a weird theatre, then I recommend probably not having the flu so you can digest it properly. That will forever remain one of the weird stories that is locked away in my brain. But coming up, we do have an exciting video from Gypsy Hill, who have made one of my personal favourite beers from this box, which is the Chocolate Milk Stout. For those of you who haven't drunk it yet, spoiler alert, it's awesome. And we also have another question from our resident quizmaster, Phil Hall. So we're going to cut to Phil, and then you're going to get the Gypsy Hill video.
Which cave dweller in self-isolating spectacular lived in a cave and came up with the theorem that the square of the hypotenuse on the right angle triangle is equal in area to the sum of the squares on the other 2 sides? Lived in a cave, taught in a cave, started a cult. It's not a bad idea. Once this is all over, might find myself a cave. Give yourself some followers.
Welcome to the first Cyberfest, which is Beer52's online beer festival. Thanks for buying the boxes, thanks for supporting the festival. These are incredibly weird and difficult times for so many different people, particularly the beer world. And for you guys and girls to be supporting the beer industry like this, and craft beer is amazing. So Charlie and me first met each other in around November 2013. We were introduced by a mutual friend and got together to do a homebrew in his backyard. Charlie at the time was doing homebrew classes out of his kitchen and working part-time for 5 Points Brewery, who've remained great friends with us to this day. So that beer was Southpaw. That was the first time we made a recipe ourselves together. And it took us until about February to shake hands, decide to go at this thing together, and we then spent the next 4 or 5 months building out the brewery, bringing in Simon, who was our head brewer, and is still with us today. And it was not until July that year that we actually opened our doors, made our first beer, and started selling casks to the public. So cask beer for us was something that we started out with really strongly. The local pub network supported us so much, and it was a fantastic beginning. And then about 18 months, 2 years after that, we'd moved into that cask was about 30% of what we did, and everything else had begun to be kegs and bottles. Mainly kegs, just a little bit of bottles. But everything changed when we upgraded our bottling machine to something that didn't keep us at the brewery all night and that went a little bit quicker. That was when we were able to meaningfully get bottles out to bottle shops and different customers, restaurant groups, that kind of thing, and just scale up that small pack production a little bit. It was a really exciting time. But then eventually, even that bottling line became too small for us, and we faced a question of how are we going to grow from here? What the solution from our bottling company was, we'll just get another bottling machine, put it right next door, and then you can go twice as fast. And it's not a terrible idea. We decided that this was the time when we would double down and move into cans. It was late 2018, right? 17. I can't remember these days. I'm pretty sure it was 18. No, 17. 2017, end of 2017 is when we built our old bottling machine, which is still in South London, making bottles for another brewery that's just up the road from us, and we brought in our canning line. So at the end of the day, what makes Gypsy Hill really special for me, for Charlie, for the whole team here is that team itself. Full business, and stitching together a small team has been the most amazing challenge that I could have hoped for, I guess. Every day you're reminded about the effort everyone's making, and the commonality of the goal is such a wonderful thing. We're all focused on making the best beer we can. We're all focused on making sure the beers we make are better than the ones we've made today. And having and seeing that every different area, from sales to logistics to the production department who are working so hard to bring all those beers to you guys, is the thing that gives me the most satisfaction, I guess, as one of the co-founders of this business. So that's exciting, and almost more exciting than just that is where it's going to take us, because with that safely created and nurtured, I think these things that'll be just fantastic. All right, so who's ready to try some beers? Should we get stuck in? This is Thumper. Thumper is a chocolate milk stout, session stout really, 3.9%. The artwork is done by David Biscup, beg your pardon. He's our featured illustrator as part of the Illustrator Takeover series done for this round. It's a collaboration with the CBGB group. CBGB stands for Craft Beer and Good Banter. It's a meetup group, one of the largest ones in London, that goes around to different craft beer venues, craft beer pubs, breweries, tap rooms, whatever it might be. They get together, they drink craft beer, and apparently their banter is good. I remain to pass judgment, but I look forward to joining them for a beer when the lockdown crisis is all over. This is a chocolate milk stout it's got lactose in it, and it has been conditioned on cacao nibs pretty extensively to give it a real sense of chocolate, a real sense of milkiness, and then it's got those chocolatey, stouty, rich flavours that run through it, although it is 3.9% beer, so also super sessionable. You can smell some of the chocolate coming off the nose right when you're pouring it out. It's pretty clear, it is dark, it's got a dark head too for 3.9% beer, and it's really got a lovely, just gently chocolatey, rich nose on it. So the cacao nibs were mixed in with the beer for about 10 days. We recirculate the beer through the tank, through the cacao nibs, just to really make sure we're extracting all of the flavour that we can from them, up until a point where we stop, because you also don't want to over-extract any flavours from these kind of adjuncts that you use in these kind of beers. Oh yeah, I think this is it's a great beer. If you feel like a chocolate milk style beer, this is perfect, because it is sessionable, low ABV, but it's got all that thickness and that richness. It does have that slight hint of lactose that runs through the back of it, but that's nicely offset both by some of the bitterness that comes out of those dark chocolate malts, as well as the sort of sweet chocolate flavours that are coming out of the cacao nibs. Cheers.
Everybody's favourite subject, homeschooling and normal schooling alike, let's face it. So, the question was, which cave-dwelling ancient Greek self-isolationist came up with the theorem that the square of the hypotenuse of the right angle triangle is equal in area to the sum of the squares on the other two sides? Yes, that's right, it's your pal and mine, Pythagoras. It's Pythagoras' theorem. Excellent.
Welcome back, and Cyberfest 2020 continues on at a pace. We've been given another winner for the pub quiz question about the beans, brought to you by Captain Beanie. The winner is Kate Bowler, and she's asked us to give a quick shout out to her mum and Steve. And apparently you're all loving Cyberfest, so thanks very much for the lovely message, and we'll be getting you a box of beers very soon, Kate. Maybe you can share them with Mum and Steve. You may have noticed in part of that video package that we had a quick advert for our Virginia box. Beer52 at the moment is for our regular members and our subscribers. We're doing a Virginia-based theme, so it's all beers from America, which, you know, is about as far as we can get in this time of lockdown. If you're not a member already, please do consider, you know, signing up. You can get some great beers every month, well, every 28 days, so that you can enjoy, you know, beers at home from around the world, various different styles, and you know, various different breweries as well. Some of which you probably haven't heard of, some of which you'll have heard of, but you just can't quite get in the shops. So definitely worth checking out if you're not a member already. But for those of you who are members, I hope you're enjoying your Virginia box, or will do when it arrives. I know mine arrived the other day, so I'm eager to crack on with those for my downtime on Sunday. Up next, we have another pub quiz question, and then we are going over to, who's the next brewery that we've got coming up? No, we've done Gypsy Hill. I know what we're doing. Apologies. We're actually going to a different segment. It's an interesting video. Musician Robert Kelly. I'm so used to giving you pub quiz questions that I want to crack on with that general knowledge. But no, we're going to have a little bit of entertainment for you now. Musician Robert Kelly. So take it away, Robert.
The world has caught a virus, so I've written you a poem. We need your help to cure it, so stay the fuck at home. And if you have got 12 kids or you're living on your own, lock it down and isolate and stay the fuck at home.
So they got this online beer festival. Now, personally, I would never drink online beer. It might be viral. But anyway, I've been told that maybe I should say hello to you. I'm Bobby Kelly, Robert Emmett Kelly, also known as Recording, and I made a viral video. But I'm not going to sing that one for you because I don't do that. I can't, you know, I'd have to pay somebody. And is there a are we getting any money for this? Oh no, sure, the breweries get some money, but not the musicians. Oh no, we won't give that to no musicians. The world, the only way to slow it down is isolate, not wrong. Please help the world get back on track instead of working home. What? Said what? What was that?
Hello and welcome Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. I hope you're enjoying your festival so far and having a good day. My name's Liam Withnail. I have been in quarantine for...
Thanks very much for that, Robert. And, you know, as I say, the general knowledge cannot be stopped. We have another quiz winner. So well done to Rosie Boyle, who got the correct answer of 8 species of pangolin. I didn't think there was more than one, so I don't know. I'm not going to say that you cheated, Rosie. I'm just saying that you have a very obscure knowledge of pangolins there. I mean, if you don't know what a pangolin is, please do Google it. They are adorable. And Rosie wanted us to give a shout out to her fiance Simon, celebrating his birthday tonight. We're getting a lot of birthday people here in April. I simultaneously thank you very much for joining Cyberfest, and also I'm so sorry that you had to have a lockdown birthday. It was actually my brother's birthday just the other day there, so I'm hoping that he's having a good time in lockdown as well. But happy birthday to you, Simon, and happy birthday to anybody else who's currently in lockdown, celebrating the turning of the years. Up next, we do have a little bit more entertainment for you. We have the comedian Liam Withnail. If you haven't heard of him before, he's absolutely fantastic. So we're going to go to him now. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. I hope you're enjoying your festival so far and having a good day. My name's Liam Withnail. I have been in quarantine for 4 weeks with my flatmate. She doesn't like me calling her that because we are married. We never planned to get married, you know. We're like a cool bohemian couple, but we just got to a point in our relationship where she needed a visa. Married for a couple of years, but quarantine has exposed some untruths in our relationship, I guess I would say. Let me put it to you like this. We've been in the house for 4 weeks, and in that time, I do not believe that she has pooed. Now look, I know that's a stupid thing to say, okay? I've just heard myself say it. But you have to understand, if that woman has done a poo in this house in the last 4 weeks, I don't know when or where or how, she's a secret shitter and it's driving me fucking mental, okay? I feel like a goddamn detective in my own house every day, out here, looking for clues, trying to figure out how she's getting away with it, okay? There's never a hint, not even a tiny hint. It's not like she ever pauses Netflix and goes, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. That's never happened. Not once in the bathroom door and gone, Jesus Christ, woman. That has never happened. This doesn't work the other way around. You understand? She knows before I'm going to the bathroom that I'm going. Sometimes I literally stand up and she goes, oh, are you going for a shit? I'm like, yes. How did you know? You witch woman. I've got 3 theories as to how she's getting away with this. You'll be pleased to know I'm going to walk you through all 3 of them now. First theory. This one most commonly offered to me by my friends. People say, hey Liam, obviously she's just doing it when you are out the house. Maybe when you're on your daily walk. I find this theory hard to get on board with. Because it suggests a level of cooperation between the brain and the bowels that I myself find unfathomable, okay? Perhaps it's because I live on a diet of pizza and noodles, but the idea that someone could sit there with their Google Calendar and go, right, it's 2 o'clock now, I need a poo, Liam goes for his walk at 5, so I'll just wait 3 hours. That's mental to me. My body doesn't work like that, okay? My body doesn't give me that luxury. My bowels give me a 5-minute friendly warning on a good day, okay? My stomach works like the real IRA. I get a friendly phone call, there's a bar minutes to evacuate, and that is it. Theory number 2, no pun intended. Came up with this one, walked into the bathroom one day, and I noted she had lit a scented candle. I thought, got you now. Let's see how you do. Very clever. Whole bathroom smelled like lavender with a hint of cinnamon. Alright, I see how you do. You've been covering your tracks. I like it. Now I've got my theory. Time for me to run an evidence-based experiment. So next time I went to the bathroom, I lit the very same candle. And did it smell like lavender with a hint of cinnamon? Did it fuck? It smelled like shit with a hint of lavender. The cinnamon had completely found out all the details on this theory. I don't know when she does this. I know it has to be fast. Maybe when I go make a cup of tea, she's like, go, 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 go. Where she stores it. I know she has to catch it in her hand, hide it somewhere, maybe somewhere. She's got a secret compartment around the flat. I don't know. Maybe when she's out on her daily walk, she shoves it down her jeans and then she shakes it out the bottom of her leg like Andy Dufresne at the end of the Shawshank Redemption. I don't know. I'm going to think about it more. Guys, at this point you might be thinking, is this guy just going to talk about his wife's pooing habits for the last 5 minutes? Yes. And you may have noticed this poster behind me, adorned with 5-star reviews. I want you to know that that routine was in that show, and members of the British press deemed it worthy star reviews. And if you think otherwise, take it up with a motherfucking Guardian. Guys, I hope you have a great day. I've been Liam Wood now. Thanks for tuning in. Bye.
In the Beer52 offices, these beautiful surroundings that I find myself in. Some of you may be wondering where Rich has gone. Don't worry, he is still alive. I didn't kill him. I didn't burn him. He will be joining us later on. We've been working out some tech issues behind the scenes, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we will have some very interesting conversations with him coming up. But for now, we are going to move swiftly on to another pub quiz question, and I'm going to get a video from Buxton. Now, those of you who don't know, Buxton is located in the Peak District. Now, my mum used to say that Scotland is God's own country, and that's so beautiful. But, you know, the Peak District, close second, I think. It's absolutely amazing scenery, and from an absolutely amazing brewer. So I hope you enjoy some of this, and obviously the beer itself. So let's go over to the pub quiz question, and then we'll be going over to the Buxton video.
Matt Damon played Mark Watney, who was stuck in isolation on Mars in the film The Martian. What I'd like to know is how much longer is a Martian soul to an Earth day? That is, how much longer is a Martian soul to an Earth day? Pretty difficult. Well, sure, yeah, sure. There's a couple of astrophysicists out there who will know the answer to this.
So, is that Axe Edge over there?
Pretty much near enough. It's like maybe the next hill over, but it's a long, flat moorland plateau about 2 kilometres outside Buxton, to the south and west, and we're here to the north and east of Buxton in the beautiful Goit Valley. So that's almost Axe Edge, but this is definitely Axe Edge. And this is for session 2 of the Cyberfest. This is our IPA that we've been brewing, as it says on the label, relentlessly hoppy since 2011. It's a big favourite with everyone at the brewery, one of my favourites, and it's a showcase for the juiciest, freshest hops we can find. I think the signature hop in this beer is Citra. Unfortunately, this doesn't work anymore. It's not Peak District proof, but nevertheless, it doesn't stop us from tucking into a beer. So, cheers everyone. This is Axe Edge from Buxton. Hope you're enjoying it too. It's a little tricky to give tasting notes from a can, plus the fact this is one of the most familiar beers to me ever. I hate to think how many pints of this I've had, but it's like an old school IPA. It's evolved over the years, but to be honest, it's stayed pretty much true to its origins. Just a no nonsense, straight up IPA, 6.8%. So entry level. Tuck in and enjoy. Cheers.
So, which form do you enjoy it in the most? Cask, keg, or from the can?
Good question. In the can, it's perfect when you're out, you know, walking in the hills or camping. It's super lightweight. All those good reasons why cans have become so popular. Totally recyclable, etc. Zero light, interference with the beer. It's not, I'd say it's not the best way to drink it. I'd rather have it in a pub with some mates, in a glass, so you can get the aroma and just enjoy it a bit more fuller. but it's still very chuggable out of a can. I think my favourite, and I've said this before, is Axe Edge on cask is probably one of my top beers ever. It's just a thing of beauty. So cask 1, can 2, bottle 3.
Keg.
Keg. Actually, yeah, keg probably slots in between cask and can.
Awesome. So Jeff, what's next?
Well, the dog's trying to run off. He needs a bit of a run. I'm going to pick up these bits of glass, crush these cans, pack them away, and begin the hike back to Buxton. So thanks to everyone for joining us for the Cyberfest. Hope you've enjoyed all the beers. I've enjoyed these two, it's been great. And we'll see you at a real life beer festival very soon, hopefully. Cheers, guys. Totally crushable.
What I wanted to know was how much longer is a Martian Sol to an Earth day? A Martian Sol is 35 minutes longer than our Earth day. Write that one down, it'll come in handy one day, I'm sure.
I hope you're doing well in the pub quiz. As I said, you know, all these questions, they do get harder as they go on. We've had a couple more shout outs to give, so just going to go to those now. Daniel French has a shout out for his girlfriend Ellie. It would make it worthwhile her indulging in his passion for craft beer tonight. It would make it all worth it if we gave him and her a shout out. So there you go, Daniel. I hope we can help out there. Ellie, you know, craft beer is a wonderful world. Get involved, you know. Maybe Daniel can share a few beers with you, and you can see if it's for you. Then we also have Derek Johnston and his NHS hero, community staff nurse Leonie Johnston. Derek has just been made unemployed due to COVID-19, and she is keeping the house going as well as being, you know, an absolute hero working in the NHS just now. I think it does bear repeating. NHS needs all our support, and also the key workers as well that are keeping the country going. You're all doing an amazing job. If there's any of you on the stream right now, sincerest thank yous from myself and from everyone here at Beer52, and I'm pretty sure the community is well behind that thank you as well. So, coming up next, we have a very special video for you. Now, I don't know how in the world of the internet most of you are. Some of you maybe just be, you know, there for the kind of glancing Facebook memes. Some of you are like tier 5 Twitter, you know, subreddits and all that nonsense. But it's kind of hard to have missed recently the Les Mis family. Les Mis, obviously, the amazing musical that it is, has inspired a bit of a viral sensation, not to make light of the situation that we find ourselves in, but that is the term for it. And we've managed to secure a special video for all of you at home from the dad from the Les Mis family. So we're going to go and cut to that very quick video there. Enjoy. It looks like we can't get away from technical difficulties as much as we try. We'll try and get that video back up and playing for you. you know, it is a lovely shout out to everyone here at Cyberfest. But first of all, we're just going to give you the next bit of entertainment that we've got, which is the comedian Seymour Mace. So, you know, stick around. Very funny guy. And I hope you enjoy.
So I fucking love avoiding people. I've been depressed for years. Proper depressed. I was diagnosed in 2011. You go to the doctors. You have to fill out a questionnaire. You have to rate between 1 and 10 how shit you feel about stuff. And if you get a high score, it means you're depressed. I got a fucking brilliant score. I was like, ooh, that's a good score. And I was like, get in! And she was like, still took a couple of points back. Anyway, so I got diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Anxiety is the kind of thing where you go into a shop, you think, who's that cunt? So I thought I'd buy some mirrored sunglasses so I didn't have to make eye contact with people when I was out and about. But the mirrors were... Anyway, from my depression, I had to start going to see a counsellor, but he talked about the regeneration of Newcastle's historic quayside. Wasn't his fault. He wasn't to know. He was the wrong kind of counsellor. He was bang up for it. He had all the blueprints out on a big table, had a fucking whiteboard set up all ready to go. I felt shite, so I just went along with it. 2.5 hours I was there. Anyway, the upshot is the quayside is going to look lovely when it's finished, which did cheer me up a bit. So I'm going back next week to find out what he's got in store for the local parks. Anyway, moving on. This is it's a fucking weird gig. I'm probably down in my hole, but who knows? I could be fucking killing it. That's the weirdness of a weird situation. The best thing about it is we fucking slippers on. And the worst thing is like not having an audience. It's a bit weird. It's a bit like trying to have a wank without watching porn, where like you have to use your imagination, and I kind of fucking my imagination's shite. And anyway, I kind of do it with like, you know, famous people because I don't have the self-confidence, so I kind of keep it up. So I just have to imagine people in the local neighbourhood, and fucking hell, when you're in lockdown, it's difficult. So unfortunately, the couple who run the local fucking corner shop have been getting the brunt of it. So apologies to them if they happen to be watching. Anyway, one of the things that got us down about, I just took up a new hobby for the lockdown coming out. I just started burgling for a hobby because I always wanted to be a burglar when I was a kid. I thought, fuck it, I'm not getting any younger. So I've got all the kit. I've got like a black and white stripy top and like a big bag with swag written on the side and a big black burglar mask. Never been stopped by the police. Weird. Anyway, and it's great. It's great fun breaking into people's houses without knowledge. It's a thrill, but I'm not a cunt. I don't like nicking stuff off people. So I have invented reverse burgling. Right, the way that it works, you just go to a charity shop and buy loads of shit you don't want, and then just like break into somebody's house and leave it in amongst all their bits of shit, and then fuck off like there's been nobody there. And if you do it with people you know, you can go back a couple of days later. It can be all like, "Is that a new vase?" And they're like, "It's what? Did we get that from your Auntie Ruth's funeral?" Well, it wasn't my Auntie Ruth's funeral, it was my Auntie Margaret's funeral. Well, that doesn't matter, it's not the point. Where do we get the vase? Maybe that is the point. I've only got the two fucking aunties, can't even remember which one's alive and which one's dead. Really? Do you know having this conversation? Well, maybe you should have this conversation now. Whoa, hang on, you do know I don't exist. I like Tony, my imaginary friend, but he's self-isolating. Aren't you, Tony? Not there. Self-isolating. Anyway, here's a tip. If you've got a cat, you're getting a bit bored with it, just feed it dog food for a couple of months, and it'll turn it into a dog, guaranteed. Equally, if you've got a dog and you're stupid enough to want it to be a cat, just do the reverse, and the reverse will happen. Don't stop halfway, because that's where foxes come from. Yeah, so it's about time for me to wrap up now. Got a wank booked in anyway, so you know, no rest for the wicked. Anyway, enjoy your drink and see you. Probably not though. avoid you sometime in the future. Bye. Drink and see you.
I have Rich back. Rich, are you back?
Avoid you sometime.
He's alive. Oh, it's good to have you back, bud.
Things are happening.
Mhm.
Many things are happening.
Name that requires a guitar solo with it, so well done for that. Mr. Fitness, Nicholas himself, has won that, and he'll get a box of beer. We have another couple of shout outs to give. First of all, Maria is turning 30 tomorrow, as is Lizzie. Lizzie is also turning 30 tomorrow. So congratulations, guys. Happy birthday in advance. Hope that goes well for you. And let's...
Sorry, hope that goes well for you.
Yeah. I'm not 30 yet. I don't know what it's like. Does the clouds open and like the big ray of adulthood comes down? That's what I assume happens.
At 100%, yes.
Excellent. We've also got, I believe it's Stephen Tucker. Is that correct? Stephen Tucker. Fantastic. I got it right. I can pronounce names. Wants to shout out Craig Williams, his best man. Unfortunately, the wedding was cancelled due to COVID-19. Stephen, I very much feel your pain on that one. And I hope that you and the bride-to-be still manage to get it all sorted as quickly as possible after the whole lockdown situation is finished. So best of luck to you. And of course, big shout out to Craig as the best man. I'm assuming that you'll be doing a lot of Zoom bourbon and beer and all that jazz. It's the only way to get through it, I think, if you're in the groom's party. And Stephen, I very much feel your drink responsibly. Don't drink it all at once. You know, space it out. Have some water. You're better than this. Rich, we're going to move on to Castles and Sons now, I think. So best of luck to you. And of course, big shout out to Craig as the best man. Oh, you know, as the resident dark beer fan, I am so excited to have this beer in the box. We tried it like a few months back here in the office, and it was so good. Just one of the nicest stouts you could possibly find. And we also have the final pub quiz question. Ooh, virtual oohs. So if you want to get, you know, a box of beer, this is your last chance. Email your answers to cyberfest@beer52.com. This is your last chance to earn a box of beer for Cyberfest 2020, because this is the final evening as well. So really think hard. Best of luck. You can do this. I believe in you personally, you watching this on the screen. Final pub quiz question. All right, Craig, you better win this, you know, just so you can give the box away to the groom. So let's get this sorted. Pub quiz question, and then Castles and Sons.
What topical quiz would be complete without a mention to the POTUS, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States and leader of the free world, if you'd believe it, Donald J. Trump? Now, the question to Donald J. Trump is, what the hell are you thinking? No, that is not what the question is. The question is, which of the following films did Donald J. Trump not make a cameo appearance in? Is it A, Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, B, Zoolander, C, Sex and the City, or D, Annie? So, another question I'd like to ask Donald Trump is, what the hell is going on with that haircut? Honestly, why would you try and create a thing like that? Remember folks, bald is beautiful. There's no need to hide it. Let your natural skin shine.
Hello and welcome to Castle's Brewing Co section of Cyberfest. We're really happy to take part in this event, even though I'm sure it's ended up differently from it was the original plans. Obviously, the whole world's in a strange situation at the moment, and we're no exception over here in New Zealand. We're 3 weeks into our lockdown period, which means almost everyone's staying home. Not many people are working, and things are a lot quieter than usual. We're all trying to, overcome this virus, and hopefully in about a week, our Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern will make some announcements, and we're looking forward to getting back into our business, getting the country back up and running. It's morning here in New Zealand, and our morning is your evening, so hopefully you're all settled in with some nice beers. We're in Littleton today, the owners of this business live in Littleton. It's a family business. There's me, I'm Zach Castles, by the way, my brother-in-law Joe Shanks, and my father Alistair Castles. We all live in the Littleton area. The other important thing about Littleton is this is where our beer leaves New Zealand and heads over to the UK on container ships. So here we are in Littleton in the morning, your evening. I'm going to drink some double cream milk stout. That's the beer we're tasting today, and I'll try and share my experience with you. It's a big, strong imperial stout, 8.1%. The bottles you have in the UK will be smaller than this one, but I'm hoping that it's not too hard for you guys to find. So we brewed this beer the first time a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and we basically our milk stout's sort of a flagship beer for us. It's very popular, very successful. People know us for that beer, so we do an imperial version, a bigger version, and this beer has been this beer's been very successful both in New Zealand and in the UK, so now we do it permanently. It's full of dark roasted malts with all those flavours, a lot of dark chocolate, coffee flavours, and a lot of the lactose, which is a non-fermentable sugar. A lot of those lactose, the sweetness from the lactose remains in the beer. The brewers take great efforts to not make it, to balance it so it's not too sweet. So we're hoping it's just the right amount of sweetness, much like the milk stout. I'm going to drink this. Yep, that's it. Cheers to you, good luck everyone, and I hope you're having an enjoyable evening. Goodbye from New Zealand.
On with the quiz. The answer to this will be provided by Mr. Donald J. Trump himself. So over to you, Orange Man.
It's the President of the United States.
Where are we?
It is, and I know what an honor this must be for you. What an honor. That I'm addressing the Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. No one loves you more than the Donald. They don't. I want to say what a magnificent, tremendous, beautiful, wonderful, so good job that you're doing in supporting your breweries. You really are. And I know you want to know how I'm getting on, how I'm coping with the lockdown. Well, okay, a lot of people say to Melania, did you marry Donald for his looks? Well, of course she did, but there was one other thing, because, let me tell you, Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers, I am the only man on the planet right now that during the social distancing lockdown 2-meter rule can still make love to Melania, and I can do it without the aid of Viagra. I can. Now I was going to give you the answer, because I know the answer. Of course I do. I know everything. No one knows more answers than the Donald. They don't. But I'm not going to do that, because I'm going to get Little Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un, to give you the answers. So, Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers, The answer is Annie. Annie. So good. Take care. Stay safe.
I mean, his accent was very confused.
I mean, so is the real thing. So.
This is true. I mean, he made sort of marginally more sense, I think, which is an achievement. Cool. So we've got another viewer call coming up. This one we pre-recorded a little tiny bit because Skype has been so horrible tonight. I recorded it 5 minutes ago, but it is a genuine drunken video call with my boss's dad, which, to be honest, of all the terrifying things that have happened this evening, and there have been many, I think this probably just edges it. So let's go over to my first meeting with Ronnie Brown.
Hello, is that Ronnie? Yeah,
hello,
yeah, how are you doing?
Rich? No bad, buddy. I know bad. No bad yourself.
I'm good. What the hell is happening there?
Well, the deal was that we got the box. I got the beer at the box, and the wife got the box for the heat. You know.
What's with the explain the show?
Well, just copying your part for last night,
mate. It was
mate.
a slightly wild crowd last night, eh?
I noticed requests. There was some requests to put it somewhere where the sun didn't shine.
There were a couple that I did go for, but there are certain places shoes are not meant to go, Ronnie.
Good lad.
Well,
he may have been in the hospital now. So. Yeah, cool.
No, quite so. All right, so there he is. This is we've not met before, which seems odd considering I've been working for your son for the last 3 years.
Well, I didn't care what's been going on, Rich. You know, we've just been ducking and diving and
keep on trucking, right?
slipping and sliding. You know, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. So, I just keep on planting potatoes, and you keep on doing what you do. You know, basically.
What are you on now?
Enjoying your beer, by the way, mate. We're on the. I'm starting the IPA, the Hazy Boy.
Paradise City.
Aye, it's giving us some good fundamentals in the mind. You know, it's nice.
So how you?
Oh, brilliant! The wife's on. Is it the Grenade Preacher or something? There's some Holy City Grenade or something. But I tell you what,
so how's
it's a nice brew, man.
Borders? You got nice a bit of space.
Well, they're not too bad. Like I said, just been putting a few potatoes in and a few leeks and that, and just doing a bit of walking about, and you know, just try to keep each other's way.
Well, I think we're all in the same boat on that one. It's a fine line between you know, spending time with someone that you love and not killing each other.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. But we'll get on not too bad. There's nobody getting headbutted lately. Anyway.
You've got some absolutely cracking breweries down where you are, though. You got like Tempest and Borders Brewery, and do you ever get out to those places?
Yeah, well, there's the Tempest. In fact, my wife was at the Tempest last year, Jim. Oktoberfest, she was at Tempest. And superb. I had a good time. I just ended up getting wrecked for some apparent reason.
No,
you can tell, mate. You can tell.
Are you enjoying the night so far?
We're pumped, man. We're getting pumped again. We'll see if we can hammer some of these beers and that, you know, and we can tell. I mean, maybe rush down to Asda's for some more. I didn't care.
You know, obviously we're not encouraging people to drink all 12, but you know, I think if anyone can do it.
No, I was only about got Asda's for goat's milk. You know what I mean? Just. You can.
Sensibly happy. This is good. This is good. This is what we like to see. All right, man. Well, I think we're going to have to move on to the next segment now. But I love everything that's happening here. This is beautiful.
You guys are doing a superb job, man. Honestly, what an undertaking
it's been a real
in a short
team
time.
All right.
Brilliant, man. Superbo. And I like the shirt and all, by the way, mate. It's superbo.
Right. Nice one. All right, have a drink on us. All right, have a good night, man. All right. Welcome back. So yeah, that was interesting. For anyone who doesn't understand the shoe on head reference, guys who were here last night on YouTube, please just explain it for the group. We have another quiz winner. Question 11. Peter Howarth got that a Mars Day was 35 minutes longer than an Earth Day. Doug.
Yes,
Rich.
Rich.
Would you, if you had 35 minutes more in your day, what would you fill those minutes with?
Oh, I'd be real boring. I'd probably just sleep an extra 35 minutes. Either that, or do some writing. That's what I do in my spare time when I'm not talking about beer. I write.
Yes, we should. Doug is a writer and a poet. We should probably.
And you know what? I know it. I hate that rhyme so much. I'm a poet and I know it.
All right, that's done.
Cardinal sin.
You've ruined it for everyone. Thank you, Douglas.
I'm sorry. It's NaPoWriMo. It's National Poetry Writing Month. I've been writing a poem a day for the last 16, 18, it's the 18th. Time is an illusion. It's the 18th day of it. So all my creative juices are gone.
What's next?
Next up, I believe we finally managed to get the Les Mis Dad video sorted.
Oh God, yes. So for anyone who isn't familiar with this, I've just been watching this on repeat for at least the last week because my soul needs it. It's you must have seen it. It's this family down in Kent. There's like a mum, a dad, and like a billion kids, and they did this performance of One More Day with slightly changed lyrics befitting this COVID-y situation in which we find ourselves. And it's pretty hilarious. There's at least one like legit star in this family. So we just got in touch with the guy on Facebook, not really expecting a response, but he the father, Mark, very kindly got back to us with a little inspirational video, just saying hi and thanks. So let's watch that.
One more day of one night. Do we get a change of clothes? Teachers fill up Google Classroom. Brothers there are exams for moving. Do I change my unknown and wish every other room? Time is now, the day is here.
Hi, Cyberfest friends and fellow beer drinkers. I'm Ben, the dad from the viral One Day More video, and I just want to send out some love and some best wishes. I wish I was drinking proper beer like all of you. I used to brew my own, but the water down here in Kent isn't as good as it was up in Scotland, so I've fallen back on Left Blonde, which is the bottle I'd emptied by the time we finished our recording. Hope everyone's getting the best kind of home delivery and enjoying one beer more, and see you on the other side of the virus. Take care.
There you go, short and sweet, but it certainly nourished my soul. I hope it did yours.
I feel like after this, Rich, we need to, maybe have a nice we sit down at the reasonable distance and do the Javert fight song.
I think, but which of us, Doug, would be Javert and which would be Jean Valjean?
I mean, I feel like we can flip a coin because, at some point we've been both.
I always saw myself more as a Cosette. I don't know.
Fair enough. I mean, you've got the corset for it.
I do. I'm wearing my girdle right now.
Lovely.
So our last spot of the evening, we are drawing to a close. We thought we'd finish off with one last conversation with a viewer. It's the awesome Pete and his beer club, his remote distanced beer club. This man has got serious patter. Again, this was like semi pre-recorded about 10 minutes ago, so not live, but he's pissed basically. So let's
pissed in a good way, not in a
so
bad way.
say we all. So let's go to Peter. One.
Peter. Hello. We are good. How are you, sir?
20 pints in. I couldn't be.
Are you keeping up?
Quite perfect.
I passed that point about half an hour ago as well. So
yeah.
So what are you up to? How are you finding lockdown?
Oh, not bad. I was. I've actually set up a craft beer.
Oh, really?
Me and a couple of mates. I'll show you them here. You can see them all have done your Cyberfest.
Amazing.
So effectively, what we're doing is we've been ordering case craft beer every show, and then every Thursday, Friday, Sunday night we break open one of those cans and just talk beer. So
That's brilliant.
The way that they logs on to their relevant Zoom calls at 8 o'clock for the parents out there, they put their kids to
Very
bed.
thoughtful.
Everyone's had dinner. Everyone's concentrating on the brew in hand. And then we just, so I guess first of all, if I use the Tiny Rebel as an example, we talk about the brewery, the history of the brewery, why we picked the can, and then we examine the can itself. So if I was to comment one, I feel like it's quite an eye-catching design. If I walk Tesco, I think 6-pack of that.
Yeah, for sure.
And then once we determine the look of the can, we then break it open and do the all-important sniff test. So, whether or not we talk about what we can determine aroma, whether we smell a fleshy pear or an oak type of aroma, or your red wines there. But the first sip. Now, the first sip has to be taken on the tip of the tongue. Then the swirl
Quite so.
around the mouth, the gulp, and then we spend a good 2 minutes talking about first impressions. If it's a more of a stout, and then so a bit of discussion around the group. Or one of those apps
That's
that
a
you
great idea.
you see, and the winner of the game gets to pick the next day's beer. Now, so I'll give the beer a ranking out of 5 stars. I did have the idea of setting up our blog, but our area of the beer club has just been in it, so we've lost track of scores. And then we finished the beer club session with a beer related song.
Is it a different song every time, or?
different song every time. The winner of the game gets to pick the song. So, with me and the rest of the beer club, we've attended plenty of Oktoberfests in the past. So, favourites have always been, Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline or, always a true classic, always gets the crew up on their feet and inspired for the next day. So that's the Battlers Beer Club for you.
I want to join. Where do I join? I mean, this sounds fantastic.
We're taking on new members as we speak. To be honest, you've got to put up with our shit chat for a good half an hour. But happy to this isn't proprietary idea. You guys can rip it off as much as you like. Feel free to. And it could be transposed to other alcoholic beverages. A wine club, for example, whiskey tasting.
Sorry. There is no room for other alcoholic beverages here.
Oh, sorry. But we feel like we'll be thrown off the call
Absolutely.
at that stage.
All right, well, thanks so much, Peter. It's been great talking to you, and it sounds like a really cool beer club you've got going. I love the format, and been good talking to you. Thanks, man. Have a good
Pleasure.
evening.
Have a good night, all.
And that was a really good chat with one of the members. Rich, did you enjoy that?
What a dude! I just want to join his beer club. I also want this hat.
It's fair enough. I mean, it's been so great to actually have some Skype calls with you guys who are taking part in Cyberfest. It's been just really enjoyable getting to see some faces and put some actual human beings behind those numbers of people who have come and joined us on this crazy journey, which seems today to have been struck by a black cat walking across our path or a witch's curse or something for all the technical issues that we've had to overcome. But I'm so glad that we managed to bring this all to you. And unfortunately, that does come with some sad news, Rich.
What's that?
We are coming to the end of the evening. Virtual Oars.
And the sad news?
Well, I do have a bit of good news before we get to all the wrap up and the goodbyes and the tearful goodbyes.
Doug and I are having a baby.
That's not quite it, Rich. We're not ready for the world to know that yet. But we do have the winner of the final pub quiz question. So the answer was, of course, Donald Trump was never in Annie. Yep, that's about the only thing.
The film?
Yeah, the film.
Okay.
The film. And the winner, of course, was Mia Kennedy. So, Mia, congratulations. You are the final winner of the pub quiz for Cyberfest 2020. That is a claim to fame, if nothing else. And we'll also get you a box of beer to go along with that as well.
It's a claim.
It is a claim. It is a bold claim. We've made history, people. Like, this is the first time this has been done. And, we've made it. We've done it.
Our grandchildren will sing of this.
Maybe we can get the Les Mis family to write the lyrics. But seriously, guys, we are so grateful for all of you for joining us here. We just have a bunch of thank yous to do just as we come to the end of the evening. First of all, thank you to everyone who's been involved in terms of, the beers. So, the warehouse team at our end, the couriers for getting the boxes out to you, but also the brewers themselves. Of course, without them, we'd just be, drinking out of empty glasses and imagining cool beers. They're the ones who brought you the excellent beers that you're drinking now.
And there's a bunch of people in the team here that we need to thank as well. Pavel, our amazing producer, who's been with us for 2 nights and has just kept this spectacular shit show running in a broadly straight line.
Absolute hero.
Which, total hero. Who else? We've got Jolt, who has put a ludicrous amount of time into stitching all the pre-records together. I mean, I don't think the guys slept in like 3 days. Our co-founders, James and Fraser, for putting all this faith in us to kind of deliver this and for working so hard to rally everyone round. Our beer buyer Callum, who's worked his contacts and somehow managed to secure all the beers that you've enjoyed tonight. Our operations manager Rob, who's in charge of logistics. Obviously I've not seen him in weeks, but I can only imagine how stressful this has been for him. Our editorial researcher, Siobhan Hewison. Who have I forgotten, Doug? No?
Yeah, we also have to thank Beer52's own Phil Hall for being our quizmaster, along with his flatmate Haley, and all the team behind Beer52 as well, for everyone in CS, and that's customer service for the layman among you. And
absolutely, particularly the customer service guys. I mean, they have been doing incredible work the last few weeks, and people have had to wait a little bit longer for a reply than we would have liked sometimes, but the guys have been working so hard to get through everything.
Yeah. Everyone here has been working just tirelessly, and the warehouse team, the couriers, everyone involved in this crazy scheme that we've come up with, Cyberfest 2020. They've all been working flat out to try and make this the best thing that could possibly be. So massive thank you to everyone involved there. We also want to just take this moment. With the situation that has created Cyberfest 2020 is not the best situation by any means. It's kind of scary. It's kind of terrifying, but we are getting through it, and that's through social distancing and staying indoors and only going out when you absolutely have to flatten that curve. And with that in mind, we really want to thank those people who don't have that option. So the NHS staff, from the medical practitioners, the doctors, the nurses, the administration staff, as well as key workers, the people stacking shelves so that you have, some food to buy in so that you can, stock up and remain socially distant. So I just want to say a big thank you to all of them. And from everyone here at Beer52, we really appreciate everything that they are doing, because they are doing vital work to keep this country going, despite every obstacle being put in their way.
Yeah, these are the guys running towards the fire.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And last but not least, I think one massive thank you has to go to all of you out there who have joined us for Cyberfest 2020. We honestly, if we didn't have you, then me and Rich and all the team here would just be some, crazy people talking to walls. Honestly, it's been so much fun to, read all your comments and see all your tweets and, get all the emails and do the Skype calls. That basically, thank you so much for getting involved. This idea was born out of, trying to make a beer festival happen in the comfort of your own home. And I hope that we've done that for you, tech issues notwithstanding. And yeah, just really thank you. It's been wonderful. And this is the final evening of Cyberfest 2020. So, this is something to tell your kids about. This is history books material, people, for the craft beer community. So with that in mind, I think we'll just wrap this up. Me and Rich will go have a cry and a beer and maybe some food. And on that note, I've been Doug.
And I am still Rich.
And this has been Cyberfest 2020.
Love
Thank you
all.
very
Stay
much,
safe.
guys. Bye. We did it.